Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
I guard the wooded ways.
Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
The season arrives. Yes. En route. Through shady lanes. Nature calls. Leaving.
First blood. Thanks and have fun.
With a wild
You got
spirit.
some on you.
I live and live. On my way. Not for you.
Oh, look at him go.
Yes. So I go. For the trees! By hidden paths. Branching out. Naturally. By my shaggy bark.
Dead.
Attack. By the wilds. Nature's ferocity.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
In
Your
sylvan
bottom tower
shade.
is under attack.
Green wrath. By my shaggy bark. In green, I go. Who fells me?
Your top tower is under attack.
By hidden paths. With a wild spirit. Uproot and after. This is ours. Branch out. Go green. How sweetly the sap flows. Verdant fury. Leaving. Nature calls. Uproot the fur. So I go. En route. miles is my way. On my way.
Dire's courier has been killed.
In sylvan shade. Naturally. The wild is calling.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Limber up. Through shady lanes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
Through shady lanes.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. Weaving.
Your top tower is under attack.
Naturally.
Your top tower is under
I
attack.
go.
Dominating, I guess.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Nature calls. In sylvan shade. So
Your middle tower is under attack. Your
I do
bottom
not
tower
care
is
to
under
see
attack.
that dark place again. My hidden
Your bottom tower is under attack.
with the wild.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Mega kill.
By
Your
my
top
shaggy
tower
bar.
is under attack.
En route.
Your top tower is under attack.
Naturally. Nature's ferocity.
Your bottom tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Leaving.
Is that for me? It's for all of us.
Nature calls. On my way. With a wild spirit. En route. So I go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Green.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Green wrath. Branch
Your
out.
top tower is under attack.
In sylvan shade.
Your top tower is under attack.
By my shaggy bark. Through shady lanes. In green, I go. Nipped in the bud. Verdant fury. By hidden paths. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
In green, I go. Come, come! For the trees! Nature calls. By leaf and limb. With a wild spirit. It's not time yet. I'm under attack. I will rise next season.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nature's guardian returns. So I go.
Killing spree.
Did you see me waving? Sniffed. Yes. I'm not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By my shaggy bark. On my way. Uproot you. The wild is calling. Yes. Leaving. Through shady lanes.
Killing spree.
En route.
Your top tower is under attack. Your
Nature's
top
way.
tower has fallen.
By the wilds. My hidden paths. In sylvan shade. Naturally. By my shaggy bark. Ah, the sun in my leaves. Attack!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not for me. It's for all of us.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Leaving. So I go. I'll just take a cut.
A dominating performance.
What golden uproot the foe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nature calls. For the trees!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm draining away.
Illusion!
En route! Go green! Naturally.
Mega kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Through shady lanes. I'm under attack. With a wild spirit. Come to me. Nature's for us.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
by hidden paths.
This should make my life easier.
Yes.
Killing spree. Dominating, I guess. Double kill.
Is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Green and gold.
Your middle barracks
I
are under
see my
attack.
roots again.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Mega kill. They're unstoppable? Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Whoa, look at it go.
On my way. In green, I go. In sylvan shade.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
In sylvan shade.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine is under attack.
To me! Wild is my way.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
En route. With a wild
Your
spirit.
bottom shrine has fallen.
Come to pass. Who uproots me? Yeah!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
That was unreal.
I feel refreshed. Nature's guardian returns.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Green, I go. By leaf I live.
Absolutely perfect.
By hidden paths.
This should make my life easier.
By my shaggy bark. Nature calls. Through shady lanes. Limber rot. Yes. Leaving. Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Naturally.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Double kill.
Sylvan shade.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
By my shaggy bark. Comes too soon.
Your middle tower is under
Make a
attack.
fine powder.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Death cuts both ways.
The veiled oracle chose you.
Again, the sun warms my limbs. Green is good. Uproot you. In green, I go.
Your top shrine is under attack.
On my way. En route. The sun in my leaves. Green wrath.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Nature calls. Come to me.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Not yet. Yes. My hidden paths. Yes. Through shady lane. With a wild spirit.
Exactly!
Killing spree.
I sprout anew.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is fallen.
Killing spree. Double kill.
The forest. Squish.
A dominating performance. Double kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cuts no more.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Light, air, and water. I've seen the world without them. By the wilds. Warriors of the wood. Leaving. Uproot the foe. Go green. Through shady lanes. By hidden paths. Snip. Nature calls. pruned. En route. Verdant fury. With a wild spirit. On my way. Pull roots and run. Naturally. I'll just take a cutting.
To me!
Come! In sylvan shade. In green, I go. With me. I'll just take a cutting. Yes. Yes. Orchid malevolence. By my shaggy bark. The sun in my... So I go.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm not ready. Nature calls.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Leaving.
What happened? Get some!
Double kill. Mega kill.
I said good
With a wild
All coming back into focus.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
my hidden paths. A bit of green. In sylvan shade. Branch out! Naturally. In green, I go. My waters rise. By my shaggy bark, clear water. Yes. Muddies the water. En route. On my way. Through shady lanes.
Radiant's courier.
A soldier's death. Lie fallow in your grave. On my way. Uproot and I the wild. Nature calls.
Killing spree.
Your top barracks are under attack.
By my shaggy bark.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Double damage.
So I go. Leaving.
A dominating performance.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Warriors of the woods. Yes. sylvan shade.
Regeneration.
Nature's way. Through shady lanes. Yes. Come, H2O. By hidden paths. In green, I go. Naturally. With a wild spirit. Branching out. By hidden paths. Wild is my way. Too soon.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top
I
barracks
see
has
my
fallen.
woods again.
Dark structures are fortified.
They're unstoppable.
One down. 4.
Again, the sun warms my limbs. Through shady lanes. So I go. by my shaggy bark. En route!
Killing spree.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega shields.
Yeah!
Your ancient is under
Dominating, I guess.
Leaving.
Your ancient is under attack.
Mega kill.
Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
I'm a sight for sore eyes.
Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Cut down in
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Prepare for battle.
Nature calls. Yes.
30 seconds to battle.
En route. With
The
a
battle
wild
begins.
spirit. The season arrives. By hidden paths. Through shady lanes. Naturally. This is ours. In sylvan shade.
First blood. Thanks and have fun.
Uproot and afterhand. By my shaggy bark. The wild is calling.
Yes!
Leaving. Yes. On my way. Green wrath. By leaf and limb. In green, I go. So I go. Leaving.
Haste!
Verdant, under attack. Nature calls. Warriors of the wood. With a wild spirit.
Perfect.
En route. So I go. Uproot and after them. Naturally. Attack! Snipped. Through shady lanes. By hidden paths. Yes. With me. Yes. On my way. In sylvan shade. By my shaggy bark. Come. Ah, the sun in my leaves. Nature's ferocity. In green, I go. On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Spoil that shot.
Nature's way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onage.
Nature calls. In sylvan shade.
Double kill.
Yes. Leaving.
Onage.
Branch out. With a wild spirit. Green is good. In green, I go. Branching out through shady lanes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Naturally.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Killing spree. Onage.
By hidden paths. By my shaggy bark. Limber up.
Killing spree.
Wild is calling.
Onage. A dominating performance. Onage.
The abyss. So I go.
I can't get faster.
En route. Yes. By my shaggy bard. For the trees!
Slap!
Uproot the foe!
Onage.
Evie!
Trespasser.
Pull roots and
Prize
run!
is mine.
With a wild spirit. Yes. Bells me.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Green and gold. I see my woods again. Come to me. Nip in the bud. Power wells up from within. Nature calls.
Shadows take us.
My hidden paths. Naturally. Through shady lanes.
Haste!
En route. Yes. Come. So I go. In green, I go. On my way.
Greetings, my friend.
In sylvan shade.
Mega kill.
I'll just take a cutting. Yes. Warriors of the wood.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go green.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. with a wild spirit. It's not time yet.
They're unstoppable.
With you. I'm not ready. Nature calls.
Tis non-cupatory.
Weaving. With me. In green, I go.
Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's
route.
top tower has fallen.
A bit of green.
Dominating, I guess.
Wild is my way. So I go. In sylvan shade. By my shaggy bark.
Radiant structures are fortified.
By the wilds. By hidden paths. Naturally. What golden green sniff.
If you were a millennial, I'd say wicked sick.
Allies disappear.
Through shady lanes. On my way.
Killing spree.
Vigilance. Uproot and after them.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Naturally. Branch out. Through shady lanes. Down sweetly the sap flows.
Don't take that knowledge from me.
In green, I go. Green,
Where?
on my way. So I go. Uproot! My leaf and limb. By my shaggy bark.
They're unstoppable?
In sylvan shade. Autumn comes too soon. The sun's pale sister shines upon my leaves. Wild is my way. The wild is calling. Green wrath. By hidden paths. Yes.
The prize is mine.
With a wild spirit. Nature calls. Silver shade. And roots. Power wells up within.
Monster show.
With me. Uproot the foe. By my shaggy bark. Feed the trees.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nature calls. Leaving.
Take
So I go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Through shady lanes.
Killing spree. Onage.
Your
Now
bottom
your
tower
tree.
is under attack.
With a wild spirit. By the wilds.
Godlike.
On my way.
Ownage.
Yes! For the trees!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fighting paths. Yes. Attack the south.
You're a beautiful person with a charming personality.
Shadows take us.
I sprout anew.
Perfect.
Uproot and after them.
There they go.
Verdant fury. Yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Nature calls. In green, I go. The seeds of fortune. With a wild spirit. By my shaggy bark.
Onage.
Naturally.
Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
In sylvan shade. Leaving. So I go. By hidden paths. Through shady lanes. On my way. Uproot you. En route.
is mine.
Nature calls. The seeds of fortune. By hidden paths.
Regeneration.
I'll just take a cut. Branching out. Yes. En route.
Allies disappear.
Attack. Through shady lanes. Wild is my way. In sylvan shade. Branch out. The sun in my leaves. Naturally. On my way. With a wild spirit.
Catch us if you can.
By my shaggy bark. In green, I go. Leaving.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, sweetly the saddle. Nature's ferocity. Nature
Your
calls.
bottom tower is under attack.
Nipping.
Killing spree.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yes. Naturally. So I go. By hidden paths. Through shady lanes. The seeds of fortune. I will rise next season.
prize is mine.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating, I guess.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
I do not care to see that dark gray place again. Sniff. Go green! Leaving.
Every coin helps. One of
With a
me ain't
wild
enough.
spirit. In sylvan shade. Green wrath.
Shadows, till we die.
Yes. In green, I go. Not yet. By the wild.
Killing spree.
You've gone green, I see. On my way. En route.
Double kill. Killing spree. Dominating performance. Ultra kill.
Leaving so soon? Yes. Uproot the foe! Over trees!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Absolutely perfect.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
With a wild spirit. My hidden paths. My
Eludes me. I've never lost a mark. I'm not going to start now.
I'm under attack! On my way. Huh! Attack! Fence!
Lights out.
Salamene smiles upon me.
Yes!
The prize is mine.
Light, air, and water. I have seen the world without them. Through shady lanes. Yes. Leaving. So I go.
Double damage.
Shadows, take us.
By my shaggy bark. En route. In green, I go. In sylvan shade.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Absolutely perfect.
Chaos dump.
Wild is calling. Pruned. So I go.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Blood and fury. Yes.
Madness and ignorance take you all.
I'm under attack. Through shady
The enemy's
lanes.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
En route.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
On my way. Naturally.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have mega creatures.
Killing spree.
Is it spring already? In green. Pull roots and run. Leaving.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Weak as a sapling.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Killing spree. A dominating performance.
Return me to deep.
Dire's courier.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Radiant victory.
Victory!
Wind Ranger at your service.
Okay, we may have to sack this lane and go elsewhere. Because if you go there and you give them these kills in these situations because you respond wrongly, you're gonna give them such a big lead and they will keep running at you like dogs the whole game. And you will keep feeding. You need to be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is one constant about OG, they have first picked the Enchantress every time it has been available, every time it's gotten through the bans in every single match at TI. And in fact, that hero has been, it's the only one, it's been first phase banned in over 2/3 of our draft. Is that kind of your highest value hero right now, or do you have a couple others that you'd put up there?
Yeah, I think it's a high value hero. We saw in the Infamous series yesterday, it was open and they insta took it for Whisper. And you know, and here I think that they're probably going to first pick it as well. It's a strong laner, like we said. We want him to have a good lane.
Right.
So if OG picks this Enchantress, who is going to have a good lane almost no matter what, it's a little scary for newbie at that point. So I think they're probably going to ban it in the first 3.
The hero, it just applies so much pressure, and like you need to nearly always try lane the hero, or it will free farm, like no matter what. You have some good responses with heroes that can maybe push out the wave and then go jump.
Didn't know what to do against him mid.
Yeah, I think so. Like watching him, like playing with him against him, you know, over the past year, he's improved like a lot since I think it was Grant said. His laning, you know, was kind of it was good, but now it's great. I think so. His laning's much better. His confidence, I think, is improved a lot over the last year. He'll pick these heroes like Ember, and he fully trusts himself, and he trusts his team now to just go and which is, I think, a little different from last year. I think last year he kind of was a little more laid back. He was trying to make sure, he wanted to play Dota, and now he wants to win Dota.
And Kezio, I want you to talk about playing against OG in particular from your position, from the support and the off-lane position. These guys are so active around the map. They're so confident in their reads. You see them, they'll lose a big team fight, respawn, and immediately just go back to that same lane. Does that change your mentality as a competitor?
No, it does. Like I said, when you play against OG, you need to think different because they don't play like any other team. Even if you kill a hero from theirs, the rest of them, they will run at you and it will throw you off guard. And it's the same if they kill you somewhere and you're pushing out another lane on the opposite side, they're already going there. They already know that you want to go there, and they are coming to goddamn kill you. So every time you need to think faster. You need to be aware of what's going on.
One of the nice things about them last year was they were one of the first teams to quickly buy back in the team fights. We saw in the grand final in Game 5, they were roaching, and it dies, he buys back, they win the roach fight, and the game kind of swings really hard at that point, and OG wins TI. So they're one of the teams I think that is really good at these buybacks in the early mid game. Most late game teams are good at these buybacks, but the early game I think it's gonna go well if OG buys back.
Yeah, as I think you guys have probably figured out by now, we are in a short technical delay here. We are going to get you into the draft as soon as possible. But your point about buybacks reminds me of something. It's not just buybacks, it's also kills. The kill economy in Dota is really strange this year. Early kills worth very little, late kills worth a lot. So you'll see there was a match in the group phase. NIP was 30-30 in an Alchemist game in kills. They had a 40K net worth lead. OG seems to be very, very good, not only at getting kills, but at getting kills where they matter, at getting kills where they really hurt you. Can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Early game kills are kind of weird right now because they increase the kill streak XP.
Yes.
So now when you go on a 3 kill streak in your lane, you get killed once, the enemy laner is the same level as you. So these kills are still important, but it's more important for the first 15-20 minute kills that you try to rotate them into objectives, or you make the enemy have to rotate towards you. Because either way, you turn these kills into pressure. Just taking the kill and then staying in your lane, hitting creeps, it's not that good anymore.
Yeah, like Anna was saying, they recently changed this XP thingy, where if you have a kill streak, you get a lot more bonus experience. And some people are really aware of that, and I think some teams, they didn't really catch on to that until a while ago. But I think OG, they're really good at them, at that. I also heard Matumba Man, he talks about this actively. Okay, this guy's a kill streak.
Yes.
If we kill him, we get a lot of experience, so it's great. And on top of that, OG are really good at kind of rotating on a tower and killing a guy there and then kind of turning it into a tier 1 or a tower dive.
So it's really interesting you say that. It's some players have turned this into a bounty system where it's hey, this guy is really big right now. We get him. That's a lot of resources.
It applies a lot more pressure on the guy that's ahead. If you're mid, solo kills the enemy mid, he ganks the enemy try gets a triple kill, he's now dominating. You have to relax now. You can't be this guy who just goes in, you're going to get 3 kills, you'll die, but you're oh, okay, they got 600 gold on, their offlaner or whatever. It's all good, guys. I'm just going to move on. Now, you get killed there, their offlaner's a higher level than you. So you have to make sure that, you kind of chill when you're having a good early lead, and that's why a lot of the more games are slow. People are more choking people out, you're playing the map slow as a team, pushing in all the lanes, and then that's why a lot of games are ending with really high net worth advantages.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about tempo-wise. This is one of the only TIs going back for a while. This is over 40 minutes average match duration in this TI. The games have been going a lot longer, partially for the reasons you're talking about. Mirana, I can't disagree with that as the first ban from OG as we're just getting underway here in our draft. This has been one of the more impactful heroes in the tournament. Slightly more successful, actually, at the support role.
Yeah. This hero, it just feels really good to play with. I think because the early game is pretty much sped up for a lot of teams. So you have the Moonlight. She can freely roam around, she arrows some neutral creeps, she feels good herself by getting those levels, and it's just working really well for a lot of teams.
I think MSS from Newbie has a really cool hero pool.
Oh,
he plays this Invoker for, he plays this Mirana for, he plays these kind of, because he used to play core, he used to play mid, and then he moved to offlane, and then he moved to 4, so he can't have this core.
也是非常重要的一个3后卫的点位。飞机。
Buy some wards or whatever, kind of only get a blink, play with his team.
No, I'm really glad you brought up MSS because the panel was talking about snaking. I agree, he's had a great tournament, but I think MSS has been one of the best players at the event as well. 8 players at this event, 16 or more assists the game. Of course, terrifyingly, OG has 3 players on that list, but MSS up there as well. And particularly early, he's been so active around the map to relieve that laning pressure. Because you talked about some of the importance of that, especially against a team like OG.
Yeah. No, I think MSS has been playing great. Actually, I mean, all of their players, I think, have been stepping it up quite a bit. I also saw CCNC in their early matches. He was rolling over some people. I think it was Liquid, especially. In those series, damn, he was looking real strong.
So we also see the Chen. I was kind of worried for that. It gives this OG this early game tempo. It's one of the No-Tail classics when he moved to support. He used to be a Meepo player, so he has this micro skill like built into himself. He's practiced it over the years. He played Meepo support too, but I don't think we're going to see that now. But this Chen ban, I think, is good for newbie. It's with their bans, they're slowing the pace down. They're not giving away that Ench for the early game. They're not giving the Chen for the early game. So they're going to try to slow down, maybe get themselves like a comfortable position in the draft.
Yeah, and similarly, you see the reverse theme that on OG, they're worried about scaling. They're worried about Mirana scaling into the late game, as you talked about, possibly from the 4 roll. And Pylai Dai, 34 and 16 in his career on the Warlock. That's one of the strongest scaling 5 position heroes in the game.
It also helps Yawar's lane. If you have a Shadow Ward in your carry, he'll kind of give a little more sustain in the lane. So banning the Warlock kind of makes your offlane a little stronger if you don't want to play against it. It's similar to the heroes like Bane that some teams will run if they want to protect their safe lane. You pick this 5, and their whole point in the game is to help you carry have a good game.
Absolutely. So we are getting into the first phase picks here, moments away. Elder Titan, the most picked hero in this tournament, extremely successful, but tempo-wise, again, Elder Titan in this patch, 20 and 6 in games that end before the 35-minute mark, only 21 and 24 in games that go past that point. OG, we all know they want to play fast.
Yeah, that actually surprises me about the stat of ET. I think the hero is really good throughout the entire game, not just early on. One thing to note is that Alchemist was not banned in the first phase. I think he's been highly contested throughout this entire tournament. But I can't really disagree with the bans of either of the teams.
The hero is really strong in the early game. Yeah, his aura is really good when you don't have, damage reduction items. You don't have hoods or pipes or armor. Yeah. So once it gets later in the game, some teams will buy ACs, they'll buy pipes, they'll buy, plate mills, these kind of things, and it kind of offsets the aura for ET. But in the first 35 minutes, you're kind of more focused on getting, drums, Yasha, Maelstrom for your carry, maybe for your mid, a Blink Dagger, even a BKB. But once that's out, the aura is going to kind of crush you.
Well, newbie coming into this draft, in their last 7 drafts, they had first phase 13 different heroes, and they're continuing that stat. And of course, OG 4-0 in the group stage behind Ana's Core IO, going that HOD Aghanim's Heart of Tarask build. Which of these first phases do you guys like more?
I kind of like OG's a little more, but that's just my personal take. I don't think Visage is that great. I know that they like it a lot because for them it's flexible, at least as far as I'm concerned. But I just think that this IO and ET, it's just so much comfort for OG. So I'm pretty sure that they feel really good about themselves right now.
Like I said, the early game is really strong with the Wisp ET. His aura is going to increase the damage once the Wisp hits 15 and his Ags. His spirits are just going to deal a crazy amount of damage in a team fight. So it's a little scary for newbie.
And this is, of course, the 4th Visage pick of the tournament, 3-1 so far, still sitting on 111. Kind of unbelievably, only 6 heroes unpicked so far in this tournament. As we go into this second phase, obviously, newbie, a lot of flexibility in its first phase here. This Tiny can be a core, can be at the support position. Where do you guys see Visage? Is this definitely a core?
I think most teams have run it as support.
Really?
More
okay.
often than not.
Yeah.
I think the Tiny might look better as a core.
Okay.
If he gets this Blink Dagger, maybe Echo early, the Wisp has kind of high HP if he goes, Bracer or 2 or the Hod. But I think he doesn't have much armor. So this Tiny will combo him, hit him, 2 times, and maybe he gets low enough that the OG can't continue the fight.
Yeah, I agree with Gunnar. I think Visage is most suited right now for the support role. It's also how most people play them. Also something to note about OG's dual lanes, they usually synergize very well. Like let's say OG, they lane this Wisp and ET together. ET really enjoys a hero that can potentially help him, and if it's Wisp with him, I think it's actually really hard to run into this lane if you're newbie.
It's also double movement speed. You get movement speed from Tether, and then the Wisp will match the ET's movement speed that he also gets from Spirit. So they're going to be, speedy, running at the enemy off lane if it's a safe lane Wisp. Axeban, I think that's more to protect their Visage. He does really well against birds. He's a natural Vanguard Crimson Guard buyer. and he he can call the birds, he can kill them in a couple of spins. So I think it's more to protect their visages now.
I think Bad Rider or Bristleback would be really good for OG in this next phase. So I'm hoping that Newbie ban out one of them, preferably the Bad Rider.
So you like Bristleback for the physical damage against the birds, and you like Bat Rider just for the laning?
Bat Rider is just really annoying to deal with for these two heroes.
Okay.
He kind of burns through the visage really fast. Same with Tiny, he has very low turn rate, and he's a slow hero on top of that. Also, it pairs really well with Relocate, at least for Bat Rider. And Bristleback is also just a very known counter to the bird.
He just turns around, has his passive, and then passive reduces damage, and then he gets blocked by Vanguard, so he takes actually no damage in the other game.
Yeah. So the Alchemist ban coming out in the second phase, you guys did talk about that in the first phase, been one of the more contested heroes in the tournament, second most banned. Actually, maybe first has moved ahead of Enchantress.
Yeah, so from OG's ban, you can see they don't want a slow game. Because this Sven and this Alk in a slower game, they're going to be able to farm. So the OG is kind of trying to get this maybe a slower game with the Wisp, but they don't want to have this newbie in this comfort being in a slow game. And from newbie, you can see they're a little scared of the team fight from OG. They're banning the Magnus with RP, banning the Axe with Call, they're banning the Tide Hunter with Ravage, banning these team fight heroes you can kind of group around. Maybe they get a Blink Dagger, and then they frontline. So I think newbie's kind of playing towards their slower style that they can fight into the enemy team without having to 5v5.
I think this is, by the way, low-key one of this man, Snaking's best heroes, Beastmaster. He is 14-2 in his last 16 pro games on that hero, and I think this gives them the option of forcing that tempo early. Beastmaster plays very fast. I still think there is some chance that this Visage will be in that core role with the Beastmaster aura.
Oh, definitely could be. Definitely could be.
The birds have a low BAT, I think, so they work much better with the Beastmaster aura. Also, I think Beastmaster is a little undervalued right now for what he gives to the team. He pushes out lanes if he wants to just go boars, or he can even get Necrobook push out lanes by himself. But the more important one, I think, is the vision that he gives from his Hawk. He gives us vision, and teams are so much better at playing around vision these days. Sentries are a little more hard to come by, you only get 10. So this Hawk kind of scouts the whole team, and once you see a hero or two, you are free to farm the other part of the map.
So the Rubik here for OG does give us some information here. With the Elder Titan being played almost exclusively in the support position, tells us more than likely this is going to be an Ana Wisp again.
Grimstroke matches up well with the Beastmaster. You can double roar. It's also one of the better heroes against Wisp from the support. If he ever is going to relocate in, it's going to be 2 heroes. That's a free ult. You can instantly get a double roar. You can get double, grave chills from the Visage, soul assumptions. There's all these combos that they have built in, and it's also one of the better scaling supports. He has an early game GPN talent, so he can maybe get a sheep if the game goes past 35 minutes, which, as you said, might not happen.
If OG has anything to say about it, it won't. But I think we need to talk a little more as it becomes clear that this is potentially going to be another Ana IO. How do you counter core IO? Because it certainly looked like nobody in the group stage figured it out.
I think Pipe is one of the more important things. His level 15 talent with the Ags is really scary. It does so much damage. I think it's 150 per spirit.
It's really high. I think preferably against Io, you try to fight him before he has his timing. This insane power spike is his 15 with Aghanims, because then he gets a talent, the permanent balls and whatever. And then, like Anna was saying, if you have good sustain with Pipe and maybe some Greaves hero, I think then you have a good shot at playing against the hero.
Yeah, and I like you guys talked about Bristleback earlier on. I really like this pick here. Number one, obviously the physical damage, but Bristleback is a better tower hitter than people give him credit for, with Warpath and everybody taking the associated talents now.
Also, in the mid game, if this is probably a 3 Bristle, the Wisp is going to tether to him. If he goes out Heart build, the Bristle can't die.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, the Bristle is going to have 500 movement speed. His passive and phase boots, this Wisp and this Bristle are going to run around in the mid game. They're going to hit your towers. You're going to be so scared. Maybe the Bristle gives the Wisp a Solar Crest, so the Wisp also hits fast. They kind of take these buildings really quickly.
And I really like the way you put that, right? I think we as casters and analysts sometimes overuse the phrase, oh, this hero can't die. That doesn't matter unless that hero is really doing something to threaten, and this Bristleback is going to be in a great position in this game to do that, create so much chaos.
It also is one of those nice heroes where they feel forced to jump on you. You're hitting their buildings, but you have an ET. They kind of clump on this Bristle. They're going to get 3-man stomped. The Wisp is going to reload in. They're going to get an Earth Splitter, and then the team fight's going to look a little scary.
All right, very nice. Going into the 5th phase here, it's actually Newbie banning out the Ember Spirit, despite that being one of the signature heroes lately for CCNC. We're waiting on the final ban coming out from OG here. What do you think we're looking at for that 5th pick for both teams?
I think a Crossvex Invoker would round out OG's lineup very well. I like it very much against Newbie's kind of team fight, and I think it just synergizes so well with OG. Actually, I think it would give Newbie such a hard time to play this game.
So I guess this Tiny or this Visage have to be cores now, right? One of the two. So I think the Bristle pick is going to make this Tiny core a little scarier, but on the other side, I think the Visage is way scarier to play against as the Bristle. So I think Newbie's going to be more inclined to put this Tiny on the mid lane, or what they could do is they put the Tiny with the Grim in the safe lane. And they kind of do this big combo to try to burst the Bristle in the lane. He has Inkswell, he tosses Avalanches. So I think Newbie is just going to pick a hard carry that they're going to make space for with these 4.
I really agree, and I wonder if you guys agree with me. Just overall, as we take a step back from the individual hero mechanics, I feel like Newbie have really had an answer to OG so far in this draft. Are you surprised by that?
I'm surprised by this.
Omni Knight pick. All right. Well, you want to talk about heroes not dying. So what are the lanes here for OG?
Mid Omni Knight, maybe?
Okay.
I think mid Whisper, mid Bristle.
I don't know.
I want to see it.
Is it OG Radiant? I believe they're Radiant, right?
I believe so, yes.
So if OG's Radiant, the Bristle can actually stack his own Ancients from the mid lane with Quill Spray. So you can just walk under the cliff, Quill Spray, stack his own Ancients, and if he does that every minute for the first 5-6 minutes, he'll hit this level 7, and then he's going to hit level 10 in the next minute.
They'll probably decide off of the last pick on Newbie, how they put their lanes. I would actually really like Timbersaw here for Newbie. I don't know if they're capable of playing all their heroes like that, but they have...
Triple strength cores.
Yeah, 4 strength heroes.
You don't have to worry about scaling too much this patch, I think. A lot of the heroes scale without needing like a hard carry, right? So it's like there's Ags now, there's Moon Shards if maybe this Tiny gets a Moon Shard late game, even the Tiny Ags Daedalus, there's your physical damage in the late game. So this Timbersaw, if they play it with like all their heroes, they can put the Timber mid or top. He's going to have a good game. He's going to slow down the game because OG can't pressure him. He can sit in front of all their towers. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I like OD and Timber, but I don't know if they're going to pick a hero for Yawar maybe in the safe lane instead. I feel like they might be thinking about Slark. I wouldn't like it as much, but could be something that makes sense. All these heroes are kind of abused this tankiness or like long fights with high sustain.
What about a Life Stealer?
I think it's okay, but I feel like it might just lack some damage. I don't know if he can cut through those heroes.
Statistically, Lifestealer, there you go. That has been a late game hero in this tournament and in the recent past. Guys, we got a heck of a game here underway. OG facing off against the North American squad for the 2nd year in a row to start their TI main event. But before we throw it over the game, we've got Thanks Purge with the last word.
Hey guys, OG opening with their IO in the first phase is not too surprising considering what they've done with the group, done with it in the group stage. And what it's really effective at doing is once it buys Aghanim Scepter, it has a really good mid-range, high-damage output. So it's not good for IO if the enemy heroes can get right on top of it. So to cover that, OG has Bristleback to be really obnoxious and tanky to kind of give it some space in between. And they can also protect it with their Elder Titan support, as well as the final Omni Knight pick. They can buff up his strength and make it hard to disable him. So something that Newbie might want to do is maybe try to crush the IO in the lane. They pick potentially really strong lane supports like the Visage. They could potentially tri-lane him, try to nuke him down before he gets a lot of items. Or what they need to do is just hit the back line and blow up those heroes if possible. It's super important that the IO doesn't snowball. If they commit to the IO, they need to kill him without him getting a lot of response kills, or it's just going to get worse and we're going to see a lot of matches like we saw in the group stage. So with that said, we're going to throw you guys right over the casters and have an awesome match.
An awesome match would be absolutely wonderful. Sind and I think we were spoilt for our second series yesterday. But hey, let's see how we go on the first one. Newbie versus OG. We're wondering if there's going to be a draft advantage for OG because we've been drafting this quirky little wisp. But as the panel was saying, it seems like Newbie have prepared? Done preparation?
Really?
I know. Amazing.
Yeah.
both teams have really different lineups and really different win conditions in this game. It's going to be like a complete clash of styles, which has kind of been the case for most of OG's games in the group stage, because nobody has their style, so it's a clash of styles every time. But yeah, I think as the panel has talked about leading into it, it's really important for newbies to get on comfort heroes, and I think they've drafted a lot of stuff that they've been doing great with that really fits their players and their playstyles. We were debating, I think the Timbersaw suggestion, I looked at that draft, I was like, Timber is amazing here, but I was thinking, does this fit how like newbies team identity? Would they put Yawar on a hero like Timbersaw? Are they looking for the Lifestealer or something like Weaver? And they do end up going for the more classic type carry, which doesn't put them on as much of a timer as a Timbersaw would have. And maybe that's the mentality they have. They're like, okay, OG will hit a mid-game timing, we need to survive that, and we'll win late.
I also just like the synergy that comes from the rest of the newbie lineup. Like, we could look at Yawar, but we've been talking about the Grimstroke and what can work with Soulbind, and there's so many different things that can do it. And OG should be aware of this. They were the ones who started trying to find their confidence back at ESL 1 Birmingham by running these Grimstroke abusable Soulbinds and created this meta that we find ourselves still tapping back into every now and then.
This does not look very similar to most of OG stuff from the past, though. If you were watching OG at TI8 and you haven't been watching too much Dota this season, OG have barely played these heroes all year. They started playing the Carry Wisp just here at TI9. They've played a little bit of Elder Titan on Jerax and a little bit of Rubik, but this time it's No Tail on the Elder Titan. Hasn't played that too much this season. Seen a little bit of Omni Knight, but Thompson, Bristleback, like it's not like they've never played the heroes, okay? But it's not the bread and butter OG that you would have seen earlier, and they're really good at adapting and coming up with new cool strategies. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how they pull this off in this game.
The battles for the runes. Newbie is able to at least grab 2 of them. They couldn't grab the top one. Snaking was trying to contest No Tail for it. Did he actually send his boar over?
Yeah, he destroyed the last one.
Yeah, so it's only 2 runes going the way of Newbie, 1 the way of OG.
That could have almost been 3 for 0 if
I love how all
No
these...
Tail didn't get the rune.
Like, we had an undisclosed person who was up here before, but all the goofy flags is all the icons of OG that they're running. And it's just like every different pose that Goofy can actually take. OG, as they said, like mental kind of play against almost everybody.
Warfare.
Yeah. No Tail, that's a lot of damage he's taking up on top lane, snaking an MSS. They put the Soul Assumption into him already. Obviously, Anna's going to give the regeneration. And this is the lane that we have seen OG abuse during the group stage as well. The ET, who could just get so much damage from these ET spirits. Even like in a dual lane, it's enough. So he runs back in with now plus 55 damage at level 1 and just wants to beat the crap out of the support. But it's just fueling MSS with the Soul Assumption, as long as MSS has the sustain.
Yeah, I think OG would like to trade with MSS as much as possible because he's low on regen in the lane. He hasn't brought too much stuff. No mangoes, because he wants to go for this quick Bassi. And I would imagine he will use the Courier soon to get up some mana here, because Visage without mana in lane is really terrible. It's one of the weakest heroes in Dota when it has low resources in lane, just not very good damage, weak animation, bad armor. And yeah, you got to play on that mana, especially as a support.
I want to also just keep a side eye on that mid lane. CCNC versus Thompson. We just go to the Grand camera. We never move away from mid lane. CCNC, he's already 9-3 up against the 5-0 Thompson, who's got an extra little bit of a wave coming his way, though. But CCNC actually got a nice toss back onto Thompson, so he took some damage from the Tier 1 tower. Maybe not exactly what Thompson was looking for, but it does just make you think a little bit more about how the positional play is going to be coming in here from OG. How can you actually fight against Newbie and actually win a positional battle? Obviously, you have an IO, but getting slowed up or controlled up by Grimstroke with the stuns that come from him, open wounds, you got another slowdown through the Grave Shield, you got Beastmaster Roar, Tiny Toss, Avalanche, like it just seems to just be coming in spades for Newbie when it comes to control.
The key hero of the strategy for OG is actually Omni Knight, that we haven't talked too much about, because he's the true enabler of the lineup. He needs to hard dispel the Roar, he needs to protect the IO or the Bristol, whoever is the carry of the game. We'll have to wait and see who becomes the true carry of it. And yeah, he is what is going to keep the fights together. Because if they don't sustain long enough, they can just get killed off by burst.
Really thick EMAT diving CCNC. He's got 3 Quill Spray stacks up. Top's going to come underneath the Tier 2 tower. And maybe a little bit too deep. Is there any support that wants to TP over? CCNC feels like can go back in for a little bit more. Hit him with the tree. Thompson's so low, but CCNC still with the 3 Quill Spray stacks. The tree toss. It's so much damage, but not enough. 29 HP. And CCNC has to move to the north side of the tower. This is why we always keep our eyes on mid.
Well, Thompson's trying to deny himself to this neutral camp. CCNC's coming over.
He's got toss available, but all right, Alphas win.
That's a long death timer though. He's down for 25 seconds. CCNC right now I think should be nuking out this wave and suicide to the tower. That way he gets all the experience and gold here and gets back to lane with full resources. I hope he's going to make this exact play. He's buying a bottle. And I think he's just going to kill himself. Yes, perfect. This is the best play he could make.
Thompson fortified, probably just to make sure that CCNC can't get every single CS there.
It's just one.
Yeah. Hey,
but
one counts for it.
Rather than that, the more important thing about the glyph was that he gets the experience coming back. Because if he hadn't glyphed that wave, he would have lost a full wave in tower before his respawn. This way, he protects 3 of the enemy creeps, keeping them alive outside of the tower range to come back in. I love the way the glyph has evolved since it got implemented. Like, people have got more and more creative with how to use it and what it can actually contribute to the laning stage. Outside of the obvious intended way it was implemented originally, which was to protect towers, since it started affecting creeps, you can do a lot of cool things with it.
Thompson's copying a lot of damage. CCNC nuking down the wave with tossing back Thompson. So he took all the brunt of the damage from the towers.
CCNC has a haste rune. When he gets Avalanche again, Thompson could just flat out die here. Half HP, he has no regen. Does he have anything coming in? No, he doesn't.
Courier only brings in, well, he's got a Mango. He's backing up for the 5-minute shrine.
Yeah, he might stack a camp or two as well to farm with Quills. Actually, it's just going to farm with doubles.
Man, up on top lane, snaking. Heavy amounts of damage. Nortel still got that plus 115. Snaking's low. MSS needs a load of extra space. Got his 4-stick charges, so Nortel's not going to force this issue.
Now it's time for bounties.
But CCNC's coming over for the 5-minute bounty runes. And if he moves fast enough, he might even get his own opening as Lifestealer. Yawar with a follow-up stun. It's going to be repelled out by Seb. But this is 4 bounty runes going the way of Newbie.
That's really, really big for them.
That actually means that OG has claimed what? 1 bounty rune? This is like so far in this game.
Got 1 rune only.
It's a good thing they're not running Alchemist.
Then they would have probably got a little bit different approach entirely to the game. But yeah, that's really big for Newbie. That's the same as getting like 2 kills in terms of just raw gold.
I still wonder, like, how long does this keep going this way? Like, you got 1 kill the way of OG. The gold advantage is about 1,000 to Newbie. The CS is pretty even across the board. But we've seen these timings from OG. Once Ana gets a little bit bigger, starts to sync up with a couple of his other heroes, like the OG just roll over every other team. How does Newbie prepare for this?
They could try to out-tempo them before Wisp is level 15. So there's going to be this really strong timing for Newbie when all their heroes are level 6, when they have Visage Birds, when they have Roar, when they have the Soulbind like we've talked about. I think they should be favored in fights around that timing. OG's lineup doesn't have that much in the way of damage except the Bristleback for a while. So I think that would be a good approach. And then if you get ahead during that time, then when Wisp does hit the level 15, maybe you chill a little bit, get key items, and then you can go again. Auras are also a great solution in this game, which they will have plenty of with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So armor auras are really good against the Bristleback. Not so good against the IO, of course, but maybe you can buy a pipe.
They're gagging up on top. At the same time, Notel and Ana are coming into the tier 1 tower. This smoke maneuver from Pylai Dai and CCNC. This could be really punishing. If they can kill off Ana at the beginning, he tethers back. Actually, Notel's the one being slowed down. CCNC, he really wants to kill off the IO. He doesn't want the ET. Ana is the primary target, number 1. Notel puts him to sleep. CCNC was just out of range for it, and he'll come back in with the stun. But no, Ana tethers away to safety. Now Notel brings in this plus 160 damage to dissuade Newbie. The failed rotation from Newbie is going to cost them. They really wanted that kill on Ana, but the positional play from OG, just too good.
That was just a flat-out outplay by Ana. Going into the bottom left corner there, so the Avalanche misses. Top lane, though, they're still going to get no-till here, I think.
Yeah, the stuns are out. Ana can't give that much, and that's actually first blood. Remember that technically the first one that happened was the denial inside the jungle. Still shows up on the board.
Thompson, mid lane.
CCNC's getting hurt. Thompson's still going to be a little bit more wary. Yeah, he's got double braces.
He has a lot of CS. He pushes out the lane, he retreats to the jungle, he farms 2 stacks. Mid-Bristle is one of the more effective farmers in the game.
Jirax may be in a little bit of trouble. Seb, he's trying to wait for the right purification time. Jirax going to pick him up, throw him back in again. Yawar, he's looking for a creep to infest into, and then he can start fighting again. Pop straight back out again, up to a lot of life. And the harassment kind of counts for nothing. There's up. Here they go once more. That nice observed ward is in deep. Tossed in forward. Just putting MSS on the front lines. No tower will fall. There's Newbie. Now start getting a little bit more active across the map. Hunting for kills. And they've got that range enabler through CCNC.
I don't know how to laugh into the chat wheel. It's so...
Hey, what did they say in the thing? Like, I just want to be free. I want to be free to play Dota.
They also said, I want to use chat wheel. They were on holiday in Australia and they were like, I want to use chat wheel.
Yeah, shout out to the boat guy.
Yeah, the boat guy was great.
Yeah, can we have the boat guy on chat wheel? I'll be down for that.
I like what CCNC is doing in mid here. He is identifying that he pressured the Bristle back away from the lane for a bit, and that Bristle will also want to semi-jungle. So he's trying to constantly push the wave into the mid tower to force a response in defense, and that will allow him to eventually break down this tower. He's got about half of it so far, which is great.
They also identified the fact that Notal's preparing stacks. Grimstroke's in very deep. The Observer Ward's there. The Stomp not going to sleep up anyway. Grimstroke is going to TP away, realizing the stun's already been used. But these two Observer Wards has been placed down. Every time I've seen OG play this IO on Dire's side, they've always pulled him back around that 10-minute mark just to farming up those stack areas. And they're not looking to block. They're looking to contest with the wards. And here it is. Ana walks up high ground. It's like, all right, boys, maybe we should start getting some sentries out because now they're going to try and flash farm him. How much damage can you do? Like, do you actually just start pushing towers as opposed to contesting him?
That's one option. It's what Beastmaster's definitely going to do top, but No-Tail will try his best to delay this push as much as possible. One downside to playing 5 Elder Titan, though, is that your mana pool is relatively limited, so he kind of needs IO to sustain him.
In the middle of the Ancients, he's battling for the 10-minute bounty runes. Once again, Newbie claiming all four bounty runes. Back-to-back bounty winners. Relocate from IO. It's pure efficiency. But he's already finished up the Dominator. Like how they're even giving the IO the tome.
Yep, get level 7, so you get level 4 spirits. And yeah, he's just jungling. He's got the Dom creep, got a wolf.
The Observer Wards are still watching this, but obviously Newbie know. Like, if they're going to go for it, then they've really got to go for it. But top lane may be an easier choice. You got Beastmaster Aura up on snaking, No-Tail's backing off. The Spirit walked over the top of Grimstroke, but I don't think it actually clipped him enough.
Doesn't look like OG are too interested in trying to even defend that tower.
No.
They're looking for a play of their own bottom. They have siege creeps, they've brought down the Bristle back, so I think we're going to see a 1-for-1 tower trade here with CCNC still trying to push out mid and getting whatever damage he can on that tower.
Such a hard hero to go on bottom lane, though. Like, Yawa's not going to go down. Like, that's still a lifesteal. His Infest is down, and looks like GRX, yeah, you'll be able to steal Rage, that's all. So tier 1, as you said, for a tier 1 tower, straight trade-off. Ana keeps moving out of the jungle to ensure the tier 1 tower remains alive in mid. But with this movement up from Newbie, one, they'll get the D-ward on the Dire Obs if they see it as they walk past, which they definitely should. It's in range of the sentry. They got to get rid of it quickly because the rest of OG is coming. No-Tail and Ana trying to work with the Alpha Wolf, even shrining early up. But the familiar birds are ready to fight. And they do not want to give Ana this room to breathe. And MSS even looking to steal the camp. Now No-Tail actually on bottom lane too, but the stun, it comes in towards the Elder Titan. The nuke damage is a little bit faster. Yawa able to just get himself away. Thompson underneath the tier 2 towers in pretty deep if anyone wants to try and contest that, but Newbie had pitched a tent right here inside the Dire jungle, and they don't want to go anywhere else. Even Pilot Die with fresh Observer Wards to make it work.
They're limiting IO's farm a lot if they can play aggressively up here.
Thompson's really actually dead. He's so deep underneath this tower. They've got all the damage in the world. He couldn't use his TP to get away from this. And Yawa wants to remind him who's in charge. Tip Thompson 4-1. And he was the number one net, or he is the number 1 net worth on the field. But the 3 right behind him are Newbies.
It's a big kill, but at the same time it does force Newbie out of OG's jungle. That's what you get out of playing aggressive with Bristle like this. You know, to kill this guy, they need 3 heroes. If they're going to bring them and get that kill, he creates a lot of space for the other 2 cores in his team. Both the Omni Knight and the IO will now be getting a little bit of space. But you've got to be careful not to die too much on Bristle. Like you said, it's the richest hero on the field, so a very valuable kill.
Do you actually like it where like Bristol's getting so much fun, but it's the life stealer? He's finished the Midas very early on, building in towards the Radiance. Yua's timing is not being slowed down at all.
Yeah.
He's going to be ready for the team fight, probably before OG is.
Yeah, I think Newbie are in a pretty good position here. And what it's going to come down to is the IO's timing. I don't think OG are going to look to do anything, really, until IO is level 15. So level 15 IO with Axe, the faster the better for them.
Smoke up on mid, fortifications trying to let OG's wave push in a little bit harder, but they're wrapping around the back. The ET splitter, it's all going onto the Tiny, but CCNC will tank it up. They chain them together. Jirax dies so quickly. Nortal's going to join him as well. The GA from Seth, it arrives, but it's so late. And now Thompson, this chain stun just continues to go on. The GA will wear off. Most of the abilities already been burnt from Newbie. The tower still brought down as well. That went to Thompson.
Good luck killing the Bristle with Omni next to him.
Yeah.
That's
a little harder. There's
double damage.
Double damage.
But that entire fight happened without the Life Stealer, without the IO. The two are still on the polar sides of the map, having their own play. CCNC. And Thompson's going after him. 4 Quill Spray stacks, Familiar drop 1 and 2, creates a little bit of space. Stun time doesn't last long. And, well, there is no stun available to stop CCNC's TP out.
OG still got the mid tower though, which is nice. Like, even if their heroes aren't particularly good at taking team fights, which was somewhat apparent there unless they're all together, they got the objective that they came for. And they're willing to lose 2 supports for that.
Grimstroke's in a little bit of trouble underneath the tower, looking for the stun for Thompson. Easy movement speed to get away. The silence will slow him down a little bit, but MSS looking for a rebuttal. Just some damage into Seb, but one by one, Newbie are up here. The Blink Dagger of CCNC is about to arrive, but he's lost his teammates. Is there a toss back? No, he just blinks over. He's going for the 15-minute runes, close towards his Beastmaster.
The Stomp did not connect. This time OG get 1 rune.
Yeah, they got bottom. They got that from with Jirax. I think CCNC is really looking for a big burst.
Oh wait, they got 2 runes.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, they got the one up on top and one on bottom. So Thompson and Jirax.
I actually thought they only got 1 top.
Raw, snaking.
Oh, he got it off.
Over on the top lane, and Omni Knight already protected by the Heavenly Grace. Nortel gonna ET splitter. It's more of space creation, nothing more. While
really
on bottom lane, Jirax is maybe a little bit too far forward. Grimstroke's got the silence available. Lifestealer moves forward, but then there's a Rage TP away to safety. Have they got the DPS? They do not. Well, he actually was going to get the silence in.
If Seb doesn't get the Heavenly Grace off there, he dies. The cast point on Heavenly Grace is pretty small. It's pretty fast to cast that spell, so reacted in time for the Roar, and effectively just baited out a Roar.
Do you like this with Grimstroke skipping the Soulbind at level 7? He's gone 4 points up in the Inkswell instead, but I was only thinking because that mid-fight, I was wondering where the Soulbind was. Where was the doubling of the Roar of the abilities?
I think sometimes it can be fine to bypass it. He has a lot of synergies this game, though, but I do think he should probably skill at level 8, because the kind of fights that are going to be coming soon is with OG grouping up. IO is closing in on level 15. Newbies should know what's coming their way then, and the Soulbind can be the difference maker. Soulbinding IO to another hero, limiting IO's mobility, which is really high, of course, by being tethered to the Dom creep, is going to be really useful.
I don't think CCNC really wants this. Nortel and Thompson, they're chasing the Tiny. It feels like CCNC is now just trying to create more and more space. You are still not finished up the Radiance just yet. Pylai Dai is going to have some issues inside the Dire jungle. Maybe he can deny himself up to the Ancients. This is kind of his hope, but it won't happen. Anna will claim his first kill of the game, and with that, the Aghanim Scepter is done 17 minutes in. Trade-off will be the tier 1 tower in mid. No fortification to stop that. Just the ET stomp to slow it down.
It's a good spell still from Jerax, by the way. This is super useful for the next 3 minutes. I don't know if there's anything he wants more than this. Maybe if he can steal Roar after using Inkswell, it can give them a fantastic fight. But Inkswelling a Bristleback that's tethered basically hastes him almost, and that's dangerous.
This is the time that Newbie will be properly tested.
Yep.
You've got Bristleback totally ready to fight. Full Crimson Guard. You actually have a medallion flying out in the courier. Mass wards are arriving as well. You have the Aghanim Scepter and Dominator build over on the IO. Anna can relocate in if they find themselves a fight. So they smoke up and they look for it. But what does Newbie do? They hide out. In fact, they then move their own smoke down to bottom lane. They're chasing Anna in the trees, and they need to stop that. They need to actually stop the relocate. They're able to do so. The silence arrived in time from Pylai Dai, and Anna totally controlled. He moved his Dominator creep back so he can potentially tether away to safety, but that won't happen. But Ana loses his life. What's the rebuttal? With always OG, there's a trade. It's the tier 1 tower top.
Yep. And there's no way they defend that from Newbie, but they're buying time, right? They need to get this Lifestealer his Radiance.
Yep.
Lifestealer has not really been much of a hero this game so far, as it usually is when you go the Radiance build. You need that time to build up. And so far, so good. Sure, you lose this top tier 1 tower. I don't think it's the biggest deal as long as you don't start losing map control completely.
Oh, found a new target. Grimstroke is actually the Inkswell that Durax still had. Stunning up Lifestealer. Rage is available. He's got a creep wave to infest into, and he's got some problems. Thompson's moved in through the lane too. He needs a little bit more time. Who's he going to reach? A familiar? Is he going to reach anyone? They just have the Avalanche to create some space with MSS's stuns. Up they go. Toss them away. Shrine's still on cooldown for the moment, but Yawar can get life straight out of the jungle. They have to keep him alive. 4.5k gold on Yawar.
And OG, they could Roche really soon. Are they actually?
They're going in. They have Medallion, so why not? Alpha Wolf's there too.
Medallion, Goo, Wolf. Yep. It's a quick hit. Wow, that's faster than I thought it would. So I knew it would be pretty fast.
Newbie can just go for a trade then. It's the tier 1 tower on bottom lane for Roshan, that's all.
But now it gets dangerous. I think OG will try to maybe even high ground with this, because they've hit this like insane timing now. Either they high ground now or they wait for the heart, which is probably going to take longer than the Aegis unless Ana has some ridiculous kill streak coming his way now. So
they're chasing CCNC. His Blink's on cooldown. Pilot Eye's nearby. He'll give a little bit of extra help, but Durax has the toss available. Doesn't even get the stun off through the Inkswell. Pilot Eye's TP out. Takes a little longer, but he'll be away. So only chip damage into the tier 2. And Yawar gets away with the bounty rune. Radiance is flying over. He'll send that straight back as he rage TPs away to safety.
Pretty even game right now, though. But you kind of have this feeling that OG will have this ridiculous fight soon coming their way. After what you've seen in the group stages, how they've run this lineup, them having the Aegis. Oh, that courier needs to not die. All right, they got the Radiance at least, but
they get a little Pilot die. MSS will have some space. Yawar beating into Ana, relocates away to safety. And she relocated into that. And now Thompson battles against Yawar. Yawar, he kind of needs a creep to work with. He needs something to work with. MSS can't help him out. And Thompson, Grave Chill, Durax moved in through the side. A quick toss, catching the two of them together. They just keep buffing up Thompson. Not even a ridiculous team fight. It's just an easy play where Thompson knows just how strong he is. Grabs the creep wave from up on top. You pull it towards mid as well. So all the pressure from snaking to the tier 2 tower will also just be negated.
OG just have insane vision up here. Ana knew exactly what he could get away with that relocate play because of the deep ward that they've had for so long. 3 minutes. They've had this deep high ground ward in the Radiant top jungle. And it's high ground time.
It is. 21 minutes in. It's the OG special. Pushing into the tier 3 tower. So snaking. They just have to almost let it go. Fortification will arrive, but until Lifesteal is back up, they can't fight. The new items arriving. Solar Crest is up. Rod of Atos on Omni Knight. They'll take the tier 3 tower. And there's no reason why you need to back up. Not unless a big initiation from Newbie is able to connect. Ana and Thompson, the ones on the front line. Remember, Ana's still got that Aegis Immortal. Yawar copying heavy damage early on. The rest of OG, Smoke sitting behind. CCNC, nice toss back. They pull Ana in so deep under the tier 4 towers. They kill him quickly. The CCNC pounced on by the rest of OG. He won't have the ability to fight again here as the stomp. It puts all of Newbie to sleep under the tier 4 towers. The Soulbind tries to connect. Have they actually got anything? Can they kill Ana once again with the Soul Assumption? He's just tanking through all of this with the one charges. Thompson stacking everybody up as well with the cool sprays. They can get back to base, but even that's not safe. One more spray. Maybe Snaking will die. Thompson waiting under the tower. He's just tanking through all of it. A triple kill for Thompson. Nowhere is safe when OG hit their timing.
He just killed 3 heroes with the fountain. Oh, Bristleback, what a hero. Beautiful play from OG there. I think it was an admirable attempt from CCNC to toss the IO into the tower, but dying for that kill without having buyback is just too costly. They can't take the fight afterwards. They don't have enough damage to get through the IO twice with the Omni Knight protecting it, as well as a good defensive stomp from No-Tail, stopping 2 heroes on the Aegis respawn. They kind of used up their entire tank on the first kill, as we see in the replay here. They try to go on the IO. That's just not enough. He gets healed up, gets Heavenly Graced. And even relocates.
For a moment, it looked
this
like they would
kill.
have a chance, but Thompson literally stands there and delivers. Oh my. Yes, of course, there's a bunch of grins on their face like, hey guys, we got this really great combo it seems that no other team knows how to play against. And it's almost props to Newbie. They let the IO through the first phase. They knew they were going to play against us. They had a plan.
They get props for that?
Well, they get props for attempting. Like it's like a participation ribbon.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that Newbie had. It just feels like the moment that OG got the Aegis, the game got really hard. And I think that's the biggest mistake Newbie made all game, was going to the bottom side of the map and exposing the Roshan for OG to take. Because, yeah, Snaking's dead, by the way.
Yeah, he was trying to force out the bottom lane, but he's walking underneath dire vision.
Basically, what ended up happening was when OG grabbed this Aegis, they felt invincible because the one way Newbie win fights is by blowing up the IO first. And they can't do it when there's an Aegis on it. They tried it in their base, it failed, and it gave OG pretty much a 10k gold lead. But if you play in that Roshan side of the map instead of the bottom area, the time when the OG goes, maybe you can delay them, maybe you can get a soulbind fight around the Roche pit or whatnot. But it's just too easy when you give a Bristleback lineup with IO that Aegis for free.
MSS now going to work with Yawaz. It's a surprise. He was inside the familiar.
That was a sexy play, actually. That was really nice.
Now Sep's looking for a rebuttal. Yawaz, he's just going to let MSS die. Nothing else that can be done about this. He can do some shift damage in the meantime, but Yawaz had to come back to base because Thompson's still here trying to pressure.
They were not expecting that to be an infest play at all.
Familiars used as transportation.
Yep.
And that's some classic Tinker stuff. Everywhere on the map you can go.
OG is still going to get 4 bounties. The game has still been played at their pace for the last 5 minutes, so sure, this Ana kill, it's nice and it looked cool, but you're not progressing the game really. You have to push out your mid lane. Well, maybe they'll
need to
catch
find a new
Seb.
target. Access to fly out. Oh, Snaking. Does he want to roar on that? Probably not. Pylai dies. Thinking about to slow down. Instead, Snaking. Another boar up. CCNC. It's the Avalanche. Support's coming in. OG, they have chased way too far here, Newbie. OG owned a tier 2 tower. They have friends to help him out. The Soulbind connecting OG together. The Roar catching 2. Respect being pushed around to the side. But man, the Stomp from Notel, they just create more and more space. And where is this damage that Newbie was meant to have? It's not there. They should probably be very happy that the only person they lost was CCNC.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. The Omnia was just too fast with the phase boots.
They just chased and chased too.
Phase boots and drums. They eventually caught up to him, but they couldn't even get the toss back. Yeah,
now Roar and Soulbind is down. You got a 50-second to a minute window of opportunity for OG to pressure in through bottom.
And
no Aegis Immortal, but they're about to get, with the Tower Death, it's going to be the heart on IO.
Yeah, in the upcoming fight, the IO either had heart or a buyback. That's something else to keep in mind. Sure, maybe you don't have an Aegis, but you can still buyback relocate. Similar to how OG played their Spectre last year. They love playing this hero that can buyback and reconnect to the fight. And this is the only other hero in the game they can put on except Nature's Prophet. Maybe that's the next one he'll play carry. Who knows? But yeah, he's getting the heart. This kill is ridiculously difficult to
jump
perform.
in, toss back. They found themselves a target, but Bristleback with a fresh Assault Cuirass. That's a lot of life and armor they have to get through. Yawaz giving it a shot. OG have come in deep. CCNC once again just stunned up and controlled from the back line, trying to create more space. He'll be the first one to die here. The Roar is finally out, but for what avail? Nothing is really going here. And Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the Radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap. Anna will give all the life. This is just fountain farming. Gee, you got it. This is soul breaking. GG.
Okay.
GG. Message has been sent. You weren't home, but we smacked through the door and delivered it anyway. What is that?
Oh man, that was my favorite moment of the game. Highlight die with the OK GG. Oh man. OG always have these quirky strats. Honestly, I think this will be the last game of the tournament they get IO.
Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced.
Yeah.
It's not because the hero is unbeatable or uncounterable, but OG just have these kind of they have these multiple different weird strategies that they can run with it, and you'd probably rather not worry about it. Similar to how, thinking back at TI5, AOI's techies, it's like one of those off-brand heroes. You're like, you haven't practiced very much against this playstyle with a core Wisp, so it's probably just safer to, you know what, we're going to give OG something else that they're comfortable with. We'll get rid of the IO to play a more normal game of Dota that we're used to. Because, you see, this Bristleback... This Bristleback Omni combination, like, what are you going to ban, right? If they can run this IO core with 5 different cores in their lineup, you're not going to be able to prevent them from getting some sort of strategy like this.
They hit their timing every time. OG, it just keeps working and working for them. No place is safe as they go 1 game up in this series.
There is just no stopping them right now. OG on the crest of a wave as we welcome you back to the panel area, our draft panel already, our colour panel already as well. Gents, we didn't really discuss what newbie should ban. We talked about what OG should ban against them. We didn't talk about the other way around. Maybe the IO is a bannable hero now.
Yeah, the problem is it's not their win condition.
No, it isn't, but it's an annoyance that they could do without.
It sets up all the win conditions, so you can't ban out all the things that go with it, and you know what it's going to do, you know the timing, and there's just so many combinations that they have that they're comfortable playing. They clearly know what to do. They picked the perfect hero in the Bristleback. Newbie, I don't think really responded with that last pick Lifestealer in a way that counters it hard enough. And you just see it there. They hit, like, the switch just turns on. We talked about it before the game, right? Like, the game looked pretty close. What was it? Even game at 15 minutes, right? Suddenly it's 12K.
Yeah. 10 minutes 22 later. Minutes. It's done. Actually, at 22 minutes, Cap, I had this thing where I was like, Cap's come in this morning. He's got a black jacket on. He's got a black tie on. He's got a black shirt on. Is he going to a funeral? Maybe it's Newbie's funeral. I was genuinely like, 22 minutes, I was like, they're done.
Depending how North America does in general today. Could just be an all NA funeral.
Oh, don't do that.
But
don't go that far.
We'll forgive them this one game. They lost against the IO. I think they had some really interesting ideas to it. I mean, the combination of 2 supports that could shove out waves. You got this split pusher out from Snaking, his Beastmaster. That's iconic. You've got somebody to be able to jump into the back line with the Lifestealer Tiny. Everything seemed to have,
they thought it through,
on paper, that was how you were going to be able to deal with the IO lineup. Just doesn't actually work when all of a sudden they're fountain farming you.
I got the feeling at the end when Pylai types, okay, GG, that it's kind of like a resignation of we've theory crafted it and we still can't beat it. So, okay, fine, you win.
Let's just add to the fact that, there's nobody who's going to beat them in the psychological warfare. No. They advance from chat wheel to the sprays on the ground, the loser spray, and now they're fountain farming you as well. They're doing everything they can to frustrate you in a series.
I mean, it's working, right? You don't just type OK GG if you're not actually flustered. Like, on a stage this big, they're actually, I'm sure they are a bit tilted, but you got to just reset.
Need to calm down a little bit. I'd like to bring in our draft panel for a quick comment. Gents, you've got Kezu over there. What are you going through when a team has a game like that, Kezu? Are you like, Christ, guys, we just need to calm down and forget about game 1?
I mean, it's a rough one, but you need to adjust. I think they need to be able to fight them early on. Like, when you play against this IO, you can give him this free level 15 kind of his Axe timing, and then you hand them the first Roche with the Aegis, and then, I mean, once that happens, they kind of lost already anyhow.
Yeah. So do you want them to get into their faces earlier? Then?
Yeah. They did good stuff early on. They went into the IO's jungle and tried to contest the stack, play some vision. But their heroes don't really allow them to fight him 5-on-5 head-on. The Beastmaster kind of just wants to farm creeps. Same with Nakes. But when the Nakes comes online, it's a little later than OG, and then it's too late.
Right. Yeah. Alan, it's a wonder to watch, though, isn't it? When they play like that.
Not bad for your first career appearance on Bristleback, huh? OG just kind of is the team this year that keeps pulling out new stuff. We talk about the Ana IO, but all of a sudden you put Thompson in his first career game on a hero and he just does that. I said during the draft, I feel like we sometimes overuse the saying Hero X can't die. When he stands in the middle of a fountain for 5 minutes, okay, maybe that term's warranted.
I think the one thing you haven't said is the math of Bristle and Wisp.
Yep.
The overcharge and then his Bristleback, I think, is 60% damage reduction from the back.
Yeah.
Plus Vanguard or Crimson when he popped it. They took no damage, and then you'd heal from the Wisp. If you ever got the spell Lifesteal 10 at 25, he would never die.
Yeah. 27-minute hard. Oh my! I mean, Yeah, we were talking down in the talent room about how do you play against this IO when he's getting this HOD super early and he's getting a bunch of free damage, a bunch of free stats just for standing there. I mean, do you Midas the creep? It feels like something that a lot of teams just don't have an answer for yet.
Some teams might try to pick the creep eater or creep Chen, Enchantress, or Dooms, like these type of heroes that they eat the creep.
Okay.
And then the Helm of Dominator is a 60-second cooldown. Gives you a little, breathing room that if you kill it, maybe he gets a new one, but then the next fight, the next tether, he won't have it. So the teams, if they want to let it through, I think they're going to try to pick these more heroes.
All right, well, let's go back to you guys.
I just, it's fascinating listening to players and
that's the problem with it, right? Is that probably Newbie had the same exact talk.
Exactly.
They're like, this is how we're going to be able to beat it, and then they go into the game like, no.
That's what I meant by the end. Yeah, when Pylo types, okay, GG. It's because that's what they've been through. They're like, all right, we accept it. Grant, enjoy the game overall? Still fun?
I enjoyed it. I think the fact is that how they deal with the jungle, like OG themselves, like Bristleback farmed the jungle for the first 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden he's the strongest hero on the map. And then this carry IO is like, well, I'm just going to go play in the jungle instead. And he farms it for the next 10 minutes. And then they both just take over the entire game. Like, they just play as a team so amazingly.
Can't wait till we get back to game 2. But we've got a little bit of time before that. First up, we should catch up with our pair of scoundrels. Let's call them that. They're out in the crowd right now. Casey and Slacks, what do you got for us?
I like the scoundrels label. I feel like that sounds friendly yet dangerous at the same time.
It is dangerous. She is a scoundrel. She took this neck pillow off a chair. It was just sitting here.
It's true, I did.
It is beautiful.
Thank you.
Slark neck pillow.
We should. We're still interacting with as many people as we possibly can, and we came out into the crowd to find out who people were most excited to see. So we're gonna. Very nice. Nishi wa nagadoi.
我支持 VG. I support VG.
VG?
Yes.
What about LGD?
LGD.
Mama Hoo Hoo?
Is very strong, but I think VG can beat them down.
Really? Okay. What about this game? Newbie or
OG? I support OG.
Really?
Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
How are you liking TI right now?
Very good.
Nishi won TI?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Yes. I also want to show Slacks has been. What do you think of this guy?
Very handsome.
Yeah. Wow. 他是很美.
我也是 me too.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're very beautiful. 他是很美. 美. Mama hoo hoo.
Mama hoo hoo.
Oh, give me a sec. Thank you, my friend. Oh, Shay. All right.
Can you show? I just want to show how many amazing people are here in the arena.
Yay!
It's been so fun getting to interact with everybody, and we just really appreciate people being so welcoming.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I'm sitting next to this man right here, and he's got a secret shop bag. How you doing?
I feel so excited.
What's in your bag, bro? Can I open it up?
For you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm gonna hold the mic for you.
Absolutely. What is this, a gyro fan? That's nice. This turned into a real impromptu sellout segment. He's just on his phone. He doesn't even notice if anything goes missing. That's great. What else we got? A hat?
Your stuff.
That's good. He doesn't even care.
Sir, Slacks is still... All right.
Well, thank you very much. All right, Casey, it's always fun having these things.
All right, we got free stuff. Thanks, everybody. We're just going to steal this stuff and see you later.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take everything.
But we're going to go this way.
No, I want to go
please stop humping me.
That's where the guy is. I can't go back that way.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who wants this? Just kidding. It's yours.
Scoundrels,
Thank
not thieves. Scoundrels, guys. It's meant to be fun and unbelievable, you know. A little bit of a sellout segment there. Some stuff may still be available at the Secret Shop. Let's take a look at the games that we've got coming up for you today, because it's a packed house right here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena with 4 best-of-3s today for you. Yeah, you see there, 2 best-of-3s and 4 best-of-1s. Yeah, we're up in the stakes today with 4 best-of-3s. We'll do the game that we're in right now. OG versus Newbie in the upper bracket. We'll also have the other upper bracket match, which is, you know, a small affair between Secret and Evil Geniuses. Can't wait for that one. And then we'll dip into the lower bracket and take 2 of the matches down there. Virtus Pro versus Royal Never Give Up. And TNC Predator versus Liquid. Can't wait. All 4 of those games, gents. There's something in all of them, isn't there?
I'm excited for every single series.
Yeah, there's something you can kind of go, oh, I can't wait for that, or that player to play that player, or that team to clash against that, or that style against that style. There's something in every game.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, obviously, EG versus Secret, that's always going to be a gigantic one, but the Liquid TNC one to me is just like, it feels like so close. Like, I'm super 50-50 on that one, and it's like, can Liquid, are they back on form, or was it just like that BL one?
It's also Heen.
Yeah. It is.
Again, like he knows this team. Can he beat the team that he helped build and make that? I'm fascinated. I love that stuff. It's great. Can't wait for it. What are you looking forward to?
I just think it's amazing how small of a world the Dota community is. How often you have these previous coaches, previous players. Every series, there's always such a unique dynamic, and we have so much to talk about going into every one. We talked about,
but it's almost like it's like a nudge, isn't it? Because you go, oh yeah, there's that guy and that guy.
When you mentioned it, I'm like, oh, there's a storyline for everything.
Absolutely. That's
okay, what's the connection with VP and RNG?
That one's a little deeper, but Royal are a big club in China and do have other parts to their organisation. And VP are also a multi-game organisation, and they've changed their shirts to Chinese stuff. So there's a Chinese team, and I don't know.
I've heard VP, Rocket League.
I've heard they just never give up. They never quit.
They're the kind of royalty that never give up.
You guys are stretching.
All right, give it to us, Cap. It sounds like you have something.
Yeah, like you obviously have the insider. We're in fight.
How about the fact that VP are, every single year they come into TI, they seem to be suffering every single time. Despite their whole DPC event, they go into this TI and they just always seem to be really bad.
There is a cloud over them.
Going on them.
There is a cloud over them.
Yeah, they're matched up against RNG, who are this like younger squad that never gives up.
Now you're doing
linking somewhere in there with Grant, right?
yeah.
Something about TI and not giving up, and there you go. There's the story. It sells itself. No, that's actually like the weirdest, like one of the matchups, right?
Okay.
It's like the CIS powerhouse of VP versus like RNG, who's kind of like one of the runts of the Chinese squad. It's like I'm not sure how that story's supposed to go.
And on the home turf, especially, like I never know.
Yeah. I think they probably underperformed as well during the group stages, and it'd be nice to see whether they can go head-to-head with Virtus Pro. Well, our focus returns to the attention of the first series of the day as our two teams, Newbie and OG, return to the center of the arena to face off against each other at game number 2. Newbie getting themselves ready. OG setting themselves up for another run at the Ages. Reminder for you, if you're just joining us or you're new to TI, no team, no player has ever won 2 Ages championships. We've had 8 TIs, 8 different winners, 40 different players have been champions. It's an incredible stat that I have a feeling might just be broken in 2019. These players are getting themselves set. We're going to get more words from our panel in just a moment, but let's catch up with Casey.
MSS. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm just going to start with this. Your manager, Jack, came in.
Yes.
And a lot of times this happens, and they say, hey, just, be nice to my guys.
Of course.
Jack came in and said, really go in on them.
What can I say? That's our manager. And not the greatest.
What is Jack like as a manager?
He's a big goon, honestly. Normally, you expect a lot of professionalism from your manager, some sort of guidelines for your players, but he's actually just one of us. He's just a goon as a manager. Yeah, he's one of the boys. Yeah.
He's one of you guys. Yeah. It is interesting that you're now Newbie. So can you walk me through how that happened? Because you were with Forward Gaming, you qualified for TI, and then suddenly you found yourselves headed to TI without an umbrella organization behind you.
After Ford dropped us, a lot of organizations actually reached out to us, and it was just simply Newbie just was the most attractive. A big part of it was Newbie is a Chinese-based organization, especially in Shanghai, and with TI being in Shanghai this year, it made the most sense that picking a Chinese organization as prestigious as Newbie was the right choice. Yeah, we're also TI4 champions though. Apparently. Representing.
There's a roster of players who might disagree with you on that.
Of course.
Do you feel that sense of pressure to play for the organization that does have such deep roots here in China, since TI9 is in China?
Like, I don't feel much pressure, but I do feel like I actually play better since we got Newbie, so maybe the pressures make me play better, You never know. Get under pressure. What can I say?
I definitely have some home roots to China as well. I was born here. It's definitely kind of crazy that how I started as an American team this year, and then it somehow ended up back to my roots.
What do you both want to say about the roots of Dota 2 in China? It means a lot, I would imagine, to the fans and the players in this community to have it in their backyard for the first time ever.
I mean, I would say it's pretty well deserved. They're definitely like one of the big reasons why Dota 2 is still like, growing and popular.
I mean, the Chinese are huge Dota fans, and we're kind of like jumped on the Chinese boat, so we're gonna ride off maybe some of the fans' hype.
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that everybody who is filling the stadium is going to cheer for Newbie, given that it's a different squad.
I hope they do.
I mean, I hope they do. Probably a lot will depend on the results, and if we do well at this stage, I'm sure the fans will cheer for us.
Last year at TI8, VGJ Storm, so you played there together. Snaking, you were with Team Dignitas at TI3, MSS with Mouse Sports at TI4. So what has changed the most for you, and how have you changed as a player?
It's hard to say. I think I just got better.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. No, like my first TI, like there was like a lot of nervousness and like pressure, I would guess. But once you start playing at TI, you kind of get used to it. And if you can keep calm when you're playing at TI, like you perform way better. So as long as your team has a good mood, it raises the performance a lot.
He's smiling just listening to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's just in TI3, when I played for Dignitas, that team was probably the most toxic team I've ever played on. So it kind of built off of Mojo. Like over the years, I kind of learned how to be able to talk with your teammates in a better tone, and all these things that are not skills you learn inside the game really per se, but they're really helpful.
And now here we are at TI9, and as you said, you hope you're better than you were. But is there anything, let's just even talk about TI8. Anything stand out when you think back to that you think, okay, yeah, I'm not doing that again, or no, that definitely worked?
Come on, OG series?
No,
there were so many mistakes.
No. Oh, no, there was a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
I actually don't know how we got top 8. I actually don't know how we got top 8.
Oh, man.
Like, there's so many mistakes. It's not even just us. It was like everybody at TI. There's so many mistakes that happen. So, like, as long as you're the team that's making the fewer mistakes,
right,
you're golden.
Well, it also sounds like if you have the ability as a team to regroup after those mistakes. What has worked for you?
You have to be able to learn how to move past your mistakes during the game, because if you dwell on these mistakes your teammates or yourself made during the game, it's not going to help you in the present and in the near future. And you just got to be able to reflect upon it afterwards.
What are you most looking forward to? What part of TI9?
I mean, hopefully we play in the grand finals. That would be pretty
nice. You might be hoisting this little... Well, it's not little. It's very heavy. I tried picking it up.
Is it actually heavy?
I guess we'll find out. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, always fascinating to hear players with so much experience coming to TI and kind of, talking about how they cope with the pressure and everything else. These guys are old hat. They're fine with it, Cap.
I love the fact that Snaking just immediately tackled his whole toxic past that he's had as BSJ. I mean, you would know a lot about toxicity in teams and such, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the main problem with NA. I couldn't tell if that was a jab at me specifically.
How about your time at Team Runes?
Yeah, I've already tried to forget that. I think the major thing that he talked about is how much you learn playing on teams. It's not the experience of competitive Dota, but the atmosphere and moving past the tough parts like we saw with OG last year.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thanks very much, gents. It's time for us to get back into game number 2. Get ready for our draft panel.
OG versus Newbie. Game 2.
The TI8 champions trying to recapture their magic on the main stage this year, and they've just taken that first step to repeating history, guys. They began their TI last year with a 2-0 upper bracket win over then VGJ Storm, became Forward Gaming, and they're halfway that same kind of result today. Very convincing game 1. I want to talk to you guys specifically about that duo that we saw on the couch here with Casey. MSS and Snaking held to only 3 assists apiece in that first game. Not the kind of activity around the map that we've seen from them so far in this tournament. What can Newbie do to change their fortunes in game 2?
I think the biggest one is the Wisp ban, which we've seen already.
There you go.
So they banned the Wisp, they still banned the Chen, and then the Invoker ban is a little surprising to me already. I thought they would try to save it for MSS here, because that was one of his best heroes, I think, in the group stage.
Yeah, especially with the first overall selection. And now, by the way, Enchantress on the board. OG has picked that hero first overall every time they've had the opportunity. So Newbie need to think here, do they want to give that away?
I think it's between Magnus and Enchantress right now. Most of the teams that play against OG, they're either banning it, or if they're first pick, they're snatching it. I mean, I would expect OG to respond with their mag. I would be surprised if they didn't.
We talked about Seb's mag, of course, last year at TI. He is on a 22-3 run in professional games on that hero. It's been statistically his most successful hero over the past season.
My lord.
It fits well.
What are you going to do, right?
It fits well with the way they want to play, I think. It lets Anna play this really hard carry. Even if its lane's a little hard, he can always just jungle. He doesn't really need the items. He gets like, 2 Wraith Bands or whatever. He gets some power. Jungle's dead.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we've seen a lot of this year at TI is the carry pool has shrunk a lot. There's so much, it feels like, economic pressure on these big farming cores. And Magnus, of course, one of the big mechanics and in power that sort of relieves that in the laning phase especially.
It's also why heroes like Alchemist are really strong. You can jungle at level 3, level 4. The offlane picks this like dual lane that's supposed to crush you in the lane and your game's supposed to be unplayable. You get level 3 because of pulls. You hit up the jungle, you still have 800 GPM. So
absolutely.
That's why that hero is really scary for most teams, and they usually ban it, but I believe it's not banned this game yet.
Yep, so OG, often when they do pick the mag, they will actually pick the mag combo in the first phase. They had a mag jug open earlier in this tournament. Are we expecting something like that here, or do you want to keep our draft a little more flexible?
I just think it depends on kind of how they feel. I think mag jug is probably the best mag combo that there is out there. He lanes well against most heroes. He also gives you like tower pressure. Yeah. So it means like you don't just have to AFK farm when you have this Magnus now. If this Jug has a good game, he can run at towers and pressure them.
Also is good against Enchantress. You don't need to hit her in the early game to deal damage. You can just spin on her. Even your Omni Slash isn't affected by the passive. So you have kind of multiple ways to deal with her.
That was going to be my concern that I was going to bring up next, because Enchantress, as we've seen in this tournament, has just looked crazy in the laning phase, like so few answers to her. But is Jug one of those few carries that can sustain the offlane pressure? Jug's laning phase, at least recently to me, has looked a little bit weaker than it has been in the past.
I think it kind of depends what he lanes against. Against most heroes, he's okay. I think against Ench, it can be okay, but it also depends on what the Ench is paired up with. I think good picks for Newbie here would be, they often like Ogre with Ench, I believe. So that would be okay.
Oh, this is a hero, again, tied with Elder Titan for the most picked in this tournament, and I was shocked that it went all the way through the last phase, especially because it can be a flex pick for OG. This hero, like Soul Catcher in some of these games, especially against heroes like Alk, has looked flat out broken to me.
Yeah, it's a. I guess that means it's a. They can forward or 5 it on Newbie. I don't think their mid plays it like Thompson would.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But for the Jug, they have nerfed him the past couple patches. He lost some movement speed, he lost some agility and strength. He lost some, Blade Fury damage. So that lane is a little rough for him in the early game if he doesn't have a good kill for the Enchantress. The Enchantress, I think, has like a 35 or 40 movement speed advantage on him. So even with the boots on Jug, he can't really catch up to the Enchantress.
And when you talk about scaling, of course, into the late game, Shadow Demon, I think, is low-key. Like, you get that Ags going late. And even the 5 position Shadow Demon with some of the support gold mechanics is eventually going to get the Ags. That hero terrifies me in the late game.
The Shadow Demon hero is super strong right now. Both like every single spell. He has Wave Clear. You can burst people with Soul Catcher. His ulti makes a lot of hard carries like unplayable. And then obviously he has a save as well. Like the hero just feels very strong right now.
I think one of the coolest things with this pick in this draft is that it's going to purge the Empower from the Jug in the team fight permanently. So it's like if he runs it with Empower, he's going to get purged, and for the next 8 seconds, he's going to lose 50% of his damage.
And it is, just to mention for some of our newer viewers, that's kind of a unique mechanic. It is a continuously applied purge. So not only do you get rid of the Empower, but that Empower cannot then be recast on that Juggernaut throughout the duration of the SD ulti.
I think he also can't get phase boots, and then he can't get the drums if it's early game. So a lot of the Jugs things this game are already going to be a little bad against the Shadow Demon.
Absolutely. And you guys mentioned Wave Clear, by the way. We talked about in our panel the Bristleback having so much free space in the last game to farm the jungle. That is predicated. A lot of the teams in this tournament, you have to have Wave Clear from your supports or your 3 position to be able to support those cores going and farming neutrals. This is one of the big unique picks from OG. They have run this tree at the offlane position. They've run this in the hands of Seb.
I know that they like Treant against Enchantress specifically. I know that, I mean, Ench has problems taking towers for the most part. She kind of needs another hero to help with it. And Enchantress, she kind of needs to take this enemy safe lane tower kind of early on. And then her best rotation is to defend your own safe lane tower. But if you have this Treant, you have a very high chance of just delaying these tower pushes, and then suddenly this Enchantress kind of just gets locked in one place. She keeps trying to push this tower.
I think it also opens their draft. If they want to put the tree in the off lane, if it's a good off lane, he can maybe sustain the lane there. And then this Magnus can go tri-lane bot with the Jug. If they get another stun, maybe. We've seen, I think, Witch Doctors with Jug, Rubik, stuff like that. Some 5, maybe even an Ogre here. You know, a stun into Skewer into Spin is a kill on a hero usually.
I think that's a really good point. When you talk about playing against heroes like Enchantress, you have to have some flexibility to dodge those lane combinations. Speaking of flex picks, this Earthshaker, not completely out of the question, could be core. Probably in the hands of MSS, given that it's newbie with the Enchantress bumped up to the 3 position.
I believe it's been played in all 4 different roles this tournament.
Yes, you are correct,
It's been played mostly as a 4.
Yep.
I know Mid One played it mid in a Secret Series, and then Miracle played it carry.
And it's been an offlaner as well. Yeah. So yeah, this hero is, again, the burst damage potential, the control, long range initiation. You know, it's been true for so many TIs now. This is a hero that seems to always come back at this point in the season.
Yeah, it gives you team fight, it gives you stuns. These kind of things are really good when there's high pressure. When there's a lot of pressure in your team to kind of make a move, if you're worried about like late game or team fights, you might walk up a high ground you won't. Or you might try to push a tower you don't need to. Or you might try to end the game you don't need to. And this big like team fight ultimates, these big stunners, you know, when you catch a hero out, it kind of, you know, slows the game down, shuts the game down, and then you can kind of turn the game.
And the Chinese crowd, of course, getting in on one of our favorite pastimes from last year is Earthshaker banging the drum on the main stage. Yeah, I think that was one of my favorite moments in Vancouver, as well as Ogre, of course.
Claps, yeah.
Yeah. Easy clap.
We haven't seen much Ogre, I believe, in the main stage, have we?
Not compared to group stages, which is really odd. Again, a hero that it's been played mostly as core in this tournament, a hero that relieves that economic pressure with the multicast Midas.
So one of the interesting things I think is that in the group stage at the start, a lot of people were going a lot of armor items.
Right.
And now people are going more towards magical and these team fight spells a little more than in the group stage. So there's more like Earthshakers and like this Ogre hero. He was really good against his physical damage. If you're going Solar Crest, Basilius, Phase Boots, all these kind of things on these like heroes. And now that a lot more heroes are magic based, Ogre's kind of fallen out. This like 8 armor, you know, 700 HP level 1 hero isn't really great anymore.
Wow. So the Grimstroke pick here is interesting because there are not that many single target spells on the side of OG. There's not necessarily that classic combo. We also didn't talk a little bit about between this tree and the Magnus, Seb can't play both. So what do you think we're going to do with these 2 heroes in terms of personnel?
I'm guessing that Seb is going to play the Mag, and I think Jarex is going to play this tree. And
okay.
I was kind of wondering what hero they were going for No-Tail here. But I think they were kind of just looking for a hero that deals magic damage, because I think they're very low on that right now. They have Jug, Mag, Treant. They're kind of just a lot of lockdown and physical damage. So I guess that was kind of their most comfortable pick.
Well, and initiation range. We talk about the initiation range potential of the Earthshaker. Grimstroke's another hero that gives you magic damage from way back in the back lines.
It's also a really scary tri-lane if they want to do it with the Grimstroke. If he puts Inkswell on either the Jug or Tree or Mag, there's these 3 melee heroes already for him. Any of them is going to get, like, you either punch from the tree line of a tree, you just spin on them with a Jug, you wrap around, skewer them back into you with the Mag. So I think either of those heroes can be their force.
And what do you want against a hero, a support in the backline that's a little bit squishy? You want reach, and that's this Ember Spirit pick right here. He does have to worry a little bit about the silence coming out from the Grimstroke, but again, you can slide a fist to deal with that.
So this pick, I think, is a little scary this game because of the recent changes. Tree gives you a lot of roots, and the Grimwolf gives you a lot of root.
Yeah, that's true.
And now you can't Slight out of roots anymore, and you cannot Fire Remnant out of roots anymore. So there's a lot more of these mechanics that you can kind of get caught by. So I think it's still a good pick. It does well against Tree Armor. It does well against a Grim if you can ever jump in the backline. Even Jug, it's hard for him to Omni. You can either disjoin it with your Sleight of Fist, or you can join it by jumping away. Even the Mag, you can kind of annoy, chain him in the backline. You can't get blinks. So I like the overall pick, but I'd be scared if he gets caught out by these roots in the mid game.
do you worry a little bit? Like, we started out talking about the Enchantress, about this is a hero that forms a foundation of a very solid laning phase. Do you worry a little bit about OG punishing the Ember in lane with their last pick in the hands of Thompson? Something like a Monkey King can just ruin Ember's life.
I mean, I think it's very likely, especially if Newbie now pick a hero that is kind of locked into the safe lane. I think something that would be good for them is if they have an open pick that can perhaps interchange with the Ember, of them both going into mid lane.
Maybe like a Gyro?
Something like that. Because I think OG will for sure punish this Ember. If they know he's going to be middle, they will counter pick him hard.
I think CCNC's gotten really good at the laning with Ember. A lot of players have practiced Ember versus Monkey matchups, and they kind of know the timings now. Like before level 3, the Jingu is actually really weak, so you can actually out-trade him with your Flame Guard. But once you hit level 3, level 4, you have to pull the wave into you. So I think they're going to be comfortable putting this Ember mid and knowing that CCNC is going to have a game.
All right, as we see the final pick coming out from Newbie, this is more than likely going to be a safe lane Sven in the hands of UR. Gunnar correctly calling that Newbie are comfortable with the CCNC Ember mid. Now is OG going to go for that counter pick in the hands of Thompson? Really, not many other teams have touched Monkey King in this tournament. Other picks that we're thinking about here?
Kind of looking right now. I'm not sure. I don't like Monkey that much here on this spot.
Okay. All right. There is the Monkey. Again, it's about the player. All right. So, guys, really quickly, final thoughts on this draft here. Can Newbie even this series up?
I think they have the tools to do it, more so than the first game. I think CCNC is he's still on a playmaking hero. He was a Tiny last game. I think this is a playmaking hero that scales. Tiny, he scales, but you need 10,000 gold to scale. You need Ags and a Daedalus to kind of go into the mid-game physical damage, late game. But Ember, you need, drums, Maelstrom, BKB.
All right. We've got game 2 just about to get underway, but first we got a special treat for you. Here is Casey, together with the guy that keyed OG's run at Epicenter, OG Coach Sakshka.
That's right. All right, so we always get the casters' opinions on the draft, but I want to hear from you yourself, how you feel about this compared to the draft in the first game.
I feel really good. We have our classic Mag draft, so yeah, 2-0.
Were you able to listen to how the guys were talking to each other in-game for the game 1?
Yes, I was. It was really good. The communication was super hype, and it was a really cool game, so yeah.
What were your biggest takeaways from the first game?
Anayo?
Io's always good with you guys.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Well, best of luck. Thanks for chatting with us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
All right, back to you guys.
I'm shocked. I'm baffled. Anna Io, the takeaway from game number 1. I think a large amount of confidence also. But game 2, no Anna Io. We're going to change it up, but we're coming back to another one of the staples you're talking about from OG. It's the Seb Magnus. It's the buff up on the Juggernaut. It's Thompson Monkey King.
And it's good to hear from the coach that they like winning. That is always something you're not really sure about, and that you trust in your own best strategies and feel good when you get them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we feel
Sakshka was he was glowing. Right? He was glowing. He looked like he was having a great time. So if that's a reflection of what the team atmosphere is like, then OG are in a great spot right now. They just seem super happy, all of them. Yep. So all right, let's get into the game. As Sakshka pointed out, they do have their Magnus strat, and they did play the IO last game, so 2 of OG's absolute staples they have been given in this series. I still feel like this game will probably be closer than the previous one, because this should be something Newbie are more accustomed to playing against. Yeah, that's a bit more standard, if you will. And speaking of comfort pick, they've got plenty of them themselves. They've got Snaking on his Enchantress, they've got the MSS Shaker, Ember Spirit for CCNC, Yawar Sven, and Pilot Sharium. There's actually, for these players, all of the heroes that they're playing are probably one of their 3 best that they have. So they're definitely comfortable too.
I'm also liking just seeing CCNC on an Ember Spirit. Getting him into that playmaker role. There's not a huge amount of control against him, and you'll know CCNC will play it still defensively against OG, but it's that ability just to sync with the rest of his team, create that space, and if things go wrong, they can always back each other up. You've got multiple saves, be it through the SD, be it through, obviously, like Sven, he's got a lot of AoE control as well as having the Warcry, but the bigger thing is MSS. Land a big Echo Slam and you actually have something to counter that initial fight that OG's looking for. And even if they don't have the perfect synergy with the Grimstroke, as a part for the Soulbind, you still have that Inkswell. Fantastic with the Jug early on, but it works beautifully if Mag's able to get a big combination too.
And there's one thing, I don't know if they talked about this on the panel, but there's one thing about Shadow Demon against Magnus that's really interesting. If you Demonic Purge the Jugger, he can't get empowered for the whole duration. And that means if you enter a team fight and you manage to Demonic Purge the Jugger before he gets his ulti off, you have this 8-second span. Is it 8 or 7? 7? Yeah, 7. You have the 7-second span where Jugger's damage is way less significant. If you can get off to a good start that way in a fight, that could pay off big time.
And Thompson's right in the face of CCNC. He's trying to get as many of the stacks up as possible. And this is where I almost want to keep my eyes on. Just watching how CCNC is able to handle this lane and handle Thompson. While Yoa's just burning bolt after bolt on bottom lane. This lane's a little bit harder to run. Jirax and Seb together. They're very tanky, they hit very hard. But Pylai plays from range. As long as Yoa's got mana, he can always have the stun available too. And then the safe lane, Ana and Notal together. Once again, this dual lane sync that OG gets so well in all their lanes.
The reason, by the way, that this Shaker Enchantress work so well together is that Enchantress is an extremely independent hero. Just give her a little bit of help and she can solo pretty much any dual lane in the game.
So
MSS gets freedom to move and doesn't have to steal too much experience from the offlaner.
He can't really help kill the mid lane though. Like, this isn't like you're running like a burst style hero with chain stuns. Like CCNC goes second point up in Flame Guard now. MSS gonna send in the illusions. He actually potentially could have body blocked up the courier. And now with a fissure stun, CCNC, they're bringing him low. Thompson gets a life steal up again, but they're just trying to burn him out. The fissure wall is gonna break in just a couple of seconds. Thompson, he's gonna live through this. No way, they can't let this happen. Spider Fist up cooldown right now. CCNC, he claims the first blood against OG. And Newbie, they needed a win like this. They needed something to go their way. One game down, and that's a good start, but it's just the start.
And that was a super close call, too. They almost couldn't kill him, even with a full duration Flame Guard being on top.
Wow, that's a lot of damage from Yawa into Jirax. Pylai dies, already got the poison stacks up. Jirax will go invis quickly. That's just Stormhammer. MSS is arriving. Jirax is fine inside the tree lines. He has stick charges available as well as... well, he's being a cannibal right now, eating tangos. They really want to have a crack at bottom. If MSS... Actually, can they? There's no mana on Sven. He doesn't have a stun available. And CCNC, for all that great work he does, he's still playing against Thompson. He gets his own back.
That's really bad news because, as the panel talked about earlier, when it comes to comeback kills, if you're behind in this mid lane and you get a return kill, you're leading. And at this point, Monkey King is now far ahead in the lane. He's going to hit level 5 before the Ember Spirit of CCNC, and he's probably going to be relegated to the jungle relatively early. Thompson's going in. They will get Fissure. Are they just going to be trading kills, these guys?
Yeah, they're going to give it a jump. And my god, MSS.
He got him on the wrong side.
Yeah, that's a melee hero, guys. Thompson, he's asking to hold hands with CCNC while up on the top. Snaking's in trouble. Has to trigger off Nature's attendance as Ana and Notal did their combination. Bottom lane, the root's out. Yawa trying to move back. Pylai die. He hasn't have a save. He's already used the disruption. And they're almost out of consumables. MSS will arrive in the lane. They're pinging out Jirax, but I don't think they can really do anything there. There's one Stormbolt available for Sven.
And MSS, he had the right idea in mid. Both times he's ganked, he's tried to fake out the fissure so that it doesn't get dodged, as Snaking should be okay here.
Yeah, couldn't get the body block absolutely perfect. There's that fight on bottom. So they waited a long time for it. They committed those abilities we were looking for.
CCNC again.
Going again. Yeah. He won't even die to the tower. He switches the aggro at the very last moment. So only got to hit once by the tower.
And you see, he's making use of the Mischief. That's what MSS did well when he ganked mid, is that he fakes out the Mischief on the fissure so that it doesn't dodge the damage, but the last fissure was on the wrong side. Thompson gets another kill, and now
he's a beast.
What do you do in mid? This is a big problem. This is a Monkey King that won its lane, has top CS in the game, and has Empower. Thompson is already 1,000 gold ahead in the mid lane.
2.8k net worth compared to the 1.8k of Sven. That's the difference between the number ones of OG and Newbie. And now you look for the bounty runes. And it will be a 2-2 trade-off. Thompson gets 4 stacks, CCNC has to back off. MSS will drop down the Observer Ward, and they may will try and work here with Pylai Die. if Thompson gets a little aggressive, which, hey, it's Thompson. MSS is the fissure, but Thompson hits the first attack. He's going to wait the fissure out. No-Tail's also arrived, and Thompson, mischief once again. MSS, now the fissure block, holds in No-Tail as well as Thompson. The poison stack's good over on Thompson, but they can go for the other kill. No-Tail, a quick sleight of fist from CCNC will claim it, but they don't get the one they're looking for. They don't get Thompson. He's going to salve up and get ready to go once more.
He's drawing so much attention to himself that Ana just has a completely free game right now on the Juggernaut.
So does Seb.
When Enchantress hits level 6, actually never mind, because No-Tail rotating off of top relieved some pressure from Snaking, and when Snaking gets level 6, this lane is not inhabitable for Juggernaut anymore. Fortunately, he can jungle with Empower, so he's probably going to be connecting with Seb relatively soon when Seb has level 3 Empower. Maybe they will start playing a little bit closer to each other, because this top lane is not fun anymore.
A little bit of wasted time of Thompson hunting inside the jungle. If he caught Yawar, it would have been great. But MSS forever just trying to make life a little bit more difficult for OG. Defensive spirits are up for CCNC. So unless they get perfect control, CCNC should always have a get out of jail free card. Bottom lane underneath the tier 1 tower. Yawar just TPs away. That leaves Pylai die. He's looking for some kind of rebuttal onto Seb. Creates a couple of copies of Ana. That's probably the most amount of damage Pylai can do here. But into a spin, Ana around the tower. Pylai won't be able to survive. While in mid lane, they keep on going. Thompson and No-Tail together. Spirit jump forward from CCNC. Doesn't have the defense anymore. And MSS can't actually cast a fissure, so Yawar has to come in. Monkey King, the stun control. MSS is trying to be there for it, but Thompson still getting the run into the trees. Cuts his way around. Of course he can. No-Tail with the slow. CCNC, he's not done yet. He still wants more. TP back, bottle up, but Thompson's too fast. He's going to walk back to the tier 1 tower.
And that is space with capital S created in mid by No-Tail as well as Thompson. They're forcing so many defensive rotations out of Newbie, and that's going to cost them their bottom tower. They rotated Ana down here and gave him Empower so that he took that, and he's going to keep his farming going.
Snake
the
really
uninhabitable lane, yeah, they'll plant a tree end up here. And
actually got so much damage from snaking.
He's fine.
Yeah, he is for the moment. Jirax's going to look for the denial on the tower, and Radiant, no, it's going to be the catapult that gets the last hit. While MSS catches out No-Tail walking up. Understanding that first little bit of damage from the Enchantress had No-Tail so low.
It's a good grab from Newbie. They need to get something going their way. The only lane that has truly gone well this game is Snaking's. So playing around him, getting his tower is very useful. And you imagine, I don't think this is the kind of game where you just want your Enchantress to sit in the off lane and just stay up here for like 10 minutes. Just pressuring the top tower. I think he needs to get involved for his team's sake to get the mid tower and put some pressure on the Monkey King. CCNC diving pretty far here with Flame Guard, but just cleaning up the wave and he'll be jumping out in no time.
It's like he's now trying to bring the attention, get it off the side lanes, get it away from the recovering Sven, away from, well, I suppose the Enchantress who's still just adding the pressure up on top lane. Feels like I'm watching Ice play. It's like, yeah, so I took the tier 1 tower, I'm still not going to leave.
He'll stay here a little bit, but then I still think the mid rotation is the play to make. Oh, they're going to go for him instead.
Yeah, Thompson's moving in. He observed what was planted, but won't matter. Snaking triggers off the attendants. Difficult for Thompson to build up these stacks, however, but No-Tail will slow him down. They'll get the stuns out as the Inkswell will connect, but Enchanter is still healing through everything. Double braces, and Thompson at least mischief dodge one of the imps, but in mid lane, CCNC jumping in, has no Searing Chain, so he can't hold Seb there. Needed MSS's stun to connect, but it won't happen.
He's putting some really good aggressive pressure though, forcing rotation from OG and getting some tower damage in soon for hopefully for him. But yep, guess what? We didn't talk about this, but Jerax can heal towers this game. So if you want to grab towers, you need a successful teamfight move that overwhelms the opponent. This chip damage is not mattering too much.
This is a nice observer and sentry up on top. If Jirax runs the northern trees, he'll be fine. If he runs to the southern trees, won't be as great. MSS gonna have to fidget block him up, and Snaking is able to claim this quite simply. And CCNC is just going for supports as well. No-Tail into the tier 2. Again, no Searing Chains, however. He's got the Sleight of Fist, but needs to burn No-Tail down a little bit more before that'll be successful. And very deep, but it won't matter. But you'll always know there's an escape way for CCNC.
Bounty runes, 2 for 2 it looks like. CCNC trying to get the bottom rune. Lots of pings coming out from No-Tail, but his team is too late. They're not in position.
It's a nice one for CCNC, a double damage rune. And he's still going to do the TP back to base.
got himself some nice gold here from the couple of kills. He had a very, very hard start, and he is still behind the Monkey King. But this could have snowballed out of control if they didn't make the correct adjustments. And at least now it looks like CCNC will be having a game.
Absolutely perfect.
And Seb's the man who has to hold the tower, faking the RP out. There's no way he's going to trigger that until Thompson comes in range. Now he might do it. CCNC, the RP will go down. Flame Guard's protecting him nicely. Have they got the start of control? CCNC does go down. The vision from MSS comes a second too late. And Seb perched up. Just skewers himself back to the safety of the Tier 1 tower. Seb, you know he's smiling himself at the booth right there. I faked you once and you thought I was going to fake you a second time. Definitely not what happened.
If he had a mid lane ward, he wouldn't have died, because then he knows the Monkey King is connecting. OG were banking on the fact that Thompson was not visible running down the lane, and that was indeed the case. There was no vision for Newbie in that instance, and they didn't have any defensive supports there, and none of the two were there.
Monkey King comes out, Snaking, got to get the hell out of there. Man, that looks beautiful. Thompson. Now Snaking's actually with the attendants, thinking about fighting inside the command. With a TP support arriving, no Wukong, no RP available. They still don't push the Tier 1 tower because they haven't pushed it. The living armor still kicking in. And what does OG do? They smoke up, they're moving south. Seb and Notel gonna try and combo up here with Notel, with Ana.
The Notel combo.
Yeah. It's just Meepo in real
I'm
life.
ready for it. Yeah. I mean, Ana's been...
That's,
Omni Slash?
That's a lot of damage, and Joanna dead under the Tier 1 tower. Level 1 Omni, but totally isolated Sven.
That should not be happening. That's a huge kill, too. Furthering the space between these two carries. Ana got 400 gold for that kill, and Sven obviously on the sidelines for 30 seconds, not farming a single bit of gold, as Ana is clearing out an Ancient stack, so he's overtaking the Sven now by 1,500.
And it's just all the economy going the way of OG. Experience is cracking 3 grand. What do you really get in return? Jirax can just keep hiding inside the trees. Unless someone's bringing in dust. It looks like MSS will be the man to do that. But he's right underneath the Dire Observer Ward. So Jirax sees it all.
He's level 4 living armor. Level 8 on the Treant. There's been so much space created for multiple heroes, really, in OG's lineup. It's not just the Jugger that's enjoying some freedom. The Treant getting freed up and getting all this farm to working toward a Meteor Hammer, getting the 4 levels in armor to protect towers.
Really, Seb? Drops the Legion loser, baits out once again, fakes the RP. And CCNC just looking for some early harassment, but he's realizing that tower, all the hard work he did before, it's all gone to waste.
And that's the logic of playing this Treant and Magnus together, right? There's multiple synergies. One is Mag wants to play slow, so he needs his map protected while you're farming up. You have the Treant protectors to keep the towers alive. And the other thing is, well, you've got the living armor and a power for your carry, so you make your carry really strong. Jerax is in trouble top, but it's going to overgrowth, run away. Once again, just making space for OG to hit that timing later.
Amber scouts out Notel. RP is back off cooldown for Seb. They're really waiting out this mid. Thompson will move over too. Buffed up by the Empower, ready to fight. ES hides in the tree line. Thompson jumps in. Now ES gets the double stun. And space to move back, pick up the regeneration rune. Snaking, however, caught and pushed back to the other side of the fissure. You can't attend that position.
Newbie's lineup can't get this tower. It's actually, I just don't think it's possible right now.
Yeah.
The mid tower is going to be exceptionally hard to take. The Sven needs time to farm. The living armor and the just overall defensive team fight from OG is super strong. Like if you go into any dangerous area, you could get overgrowth, you could get RP'd, you could get skewered, and you're even fighting against a Monkey King that could be in the trees. So there's so much. It's almost like playing against techies if heroes are missing. Like you don't know where you're safe at all in this game with both the Treant and Monkey King in this hidden mobility, ready to jump you at any point.
And Seb's making it so difficult to battle that bottom rune out. CCNC still able to claim it, walks into Ana, realizing he's so low. There is the Omnisash with the Sleight of Fist. He's burning through it, and Ana, Spirit Jump away. Wastes the ultimate.
I think he had to do to stay alive.
Yep.
He had to threaten CCNC away from him with a really nice slight dodge on the Phantom's Embrace.
Looks like they're going to try and fight.
Yeah.
Away
now there's
from
no
dive vision.
Omnislash. And they know there's no RP.
And CCNC wants to get in there. Like, he's got drums up and running. Paradise got purged. They're looking for a target. Topson's probably going to be it. He pounces up into the tree lines. No tell. Well, he'll have to turn into it. Able to get the double stun off. Ember Spirit, Sleight of Fist coming off cooldown right now. No tell can't walk away. He knows it. But now if you're going to commit to this newbie, they have to take the tower.
They can't get this tower.
They can't. TP's already coming in. Doubles in. Anna through the back lines. He doesn't have the Omni Slash, but with the control stuns, the save from Pilot Eye is essential. OG, the Rue, Jirax catches out 3. CCNC, there's no way out. He's got no mana. He's totally dry and dead. And OG love it. That's now the 4th death on this mid of Newbie. Well, theirs is sitting on 5 kills for 1 death.
And the game, OG will just continue playing at the same pace. Oh, Disruption. Seb still got the rune.
He did.
And now Pilot Eye's dead because he used Disruption.
Yeah. Actually, almost looked like Seb grabbed that while he was inside the Disruption. Anna looking for his own kill. Stun onto the Enchantress. Anna knows he's got the level 4 spin. It's the damage that doesn't care about physically attacking in, while Seb hiding under the Invis rune. He's just out of range of the tower, but if he RPs, he'd instantly kill off CCNC. But he's playing the max range of that tower's detection. And the other pings are coming up towards top lane. Yoa farming up quite heavily, but it's Jirax who's stalking him. The sentry wall will be planted. Yoa, he knows he's in trouble. He has to TP instantly, but Topson's already here. Yoa should not be able to escape this. Topson up into the trees. Yoa actually cuts him down quickly. Tries to juke. He's going right instead of left, but the stun from Topson checks right. And Yoa into the Wukong. Nope, he's going to Stormhammer it. Cancel that one, but now Seb, man, they just want to burn ultimates. Dropping the RP, bringing down Yoa. And maybe now Newbie go for the tier 1 tower. Nope, denied again. And this is a goofy lineup from OG. They're everywhere.
Yeah, you've got to try as Newbie in this situation to set up a team fight with Shaker being successful, but he went for the mana boots, which makes his big Blink Dagger build up a lot slower. And because of that, Newbie, their options of setting up those fights in the first place are pretty weak, right? If you can't force the enemy team to defend very easily because you don't have pushing power, they can kind of take it slow, farm camps, play the map, and then, oh, top lane at CCNC.
And going again, but defensive. Spirit gets him out.
Not sure what Topson was expecting.
It's like a snort. Man, this guy runs away from me.
I'll be signing autographs out front.
Maybe later today you will, Topson.
But OG are completely in their element in this game. They have a huge lead. They're playing with Magnus. They're going to go late game. They have 2 melee cores that both use Empower. And one of them is... I feel like Monkey King is really good against Sven just because it's hard for Sven to navigate the arena. And even if he does and fights into the Monkey King, you have all this armor.
Ice found the target. It's going to be Seb. They're trying to slow him down with the Purge. Snaking will arrive, throwing out the impetus, but man, the mech gives some extra life. Snake is going to work a little harder for this. And then in towards Anna. Keep in mind, he has the Omni Slash available. Everyone not totally trapped, but they know they can't kill him because you're just going to the Omni Slash. So CCNC feels like he's trying to bait the Omni Slash once again. But Anna doesn't care. He's got living armor. He's got 21 charges. He's got Diffusal Blade of his own as well, and he knows exactly where the Spirit is planted down by CCNC. So he goes Diffusal, into Snaking, MSS, gonna walk in, needs to land in that double stun, just goes for the Echo Slam, straight onto Notel. They can at least bring down the support while the disruption of Anna. Notel, he is brought down by the impetus, and Nami with a huge kill. Being out, he's able to escape! They needed him so bad! They get nothing.
Oh, they get a Grim.
They get, okay, they got something, but it's like getting a board game after playing on Wheel of Fortune. It's not what you're really searching for.
That's a pretty good analogy, actually, what just happened.
Topson jumps down, around, looking for Snaking. Trying to put that Echo Save to work, but Fisher blocks him in, but a 3-man stun into the Wukong and the RP! Everything together! Layer it like a cake! OG, they would love to get CCNC too, but he will Spirit away. God, it's just too easy. Are they even trying?
Yeah, they set them up for that one, to be honest. I don't think that play had any chance of being successful out of Newbie. But it's so easy for us to say, right? Because they're probably feeling a bit desperate too. They're like, if we don't make any plays, we lose, and if we make plays, we lose. So
it's like we need to try something.
Something has to happen, but I just don't think it's possible without the Sven. You probably have to wait for this guy's timing to get something done.
RP and Wukong's down. MSS is coming over. CCNC is going to have a look in the pit. They see the status of Roshan. A quick silence out. The Phantom's embrace from Notel. Some of the back line. Highlight Eye. Actually, just Magnus really caught out. Skewers back over. Joins the rest of his team. Gets a 5-man mech. And MSS is trapped. He can't do much more. Now the Omni Slash up the hill. Well, it's all going to go into Yawar. He can tank through that. Anna, of course, he's got more survivability. Into the spin. Newbie still on the retreat back out. Snaking trying to do some level of damage. Making Anna a lot lower. Snaking needs to keep the distance up. Thompson, in the meantime, killing a VS in the back lines. But now they go for more. Hold them together. It's all the embrace of death that Newbie just have to accept. Underneath their own expired shrine, they go down. And Thompson's not done yet. He wants more. But, hey, go back for Roshan. Objective-based gaming.
OG are making it look easy. It's not as easy as it looks. But strategically, I feel like they've really got control of the game, and there's so much in this game that depends on tempo. That's how every Magnus game is. It's can you get those 2 towers so that the enemy can't farm their jungle safely with Empower? Can you counter the core that is getting the Empower in the first place? And Newbie's tempo, when you look at their lineup, it comes from mid. CCNC needs to have a good game for things to happen here, and he didn't. So now they have to wait for Sven to have a good game, which he also isn't having. So it's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of hard fights to take.
They have to get the farm into MSS. 100 gold for the Blink Dagger.
Yep.
Then maybe they stand a chance. BKB set for Yawar. Like, if these things are up, then there's a possibility. But there's also a possibility Thompson can just initiate in on whoever the hell he wants to as well. Takes the tier 2 tower.
Has the Aghanim's Echo Saber build. Putting it to use here.
Yeah, straight to the Wukongs. SD's coming over. Needs to get the defensive disruption over on Snaking. Purges Thompson instead. CCNC thinks about having a play. Thompson's on the edge of the tree and leaps away to safety.
Forces rotation again.
Yep. CCNC just bouncing around the lanes.
OG just have complete map control. Even though Newbie have wards out, it feels like they can't use the wards to get a fight going their way. And OG, okay.
Yep.
They're just going to go high ground. They don't have Aegis.
You got Thompson with an Aegis Immortal, so hey, just go for it.
What am I talking about? They have an Aegis.
Fisher catching out on 3. MSS still waiting for the perfect blink. Echo! There he goes! Only breaks the Aegis Immortal, but hey, here's something. You'll take it. But Jirax, he's into the back lines. They see him now over in the trees. He sees so much too. Snaking, still trying to be that front liner for the team. Watch those buybacks if it's going to be possible. The stun on Magnus, actually cancelling off the RP, so he can't get it off, but there's no buybacks available for the 2 Newbie deaths. And they need Snaking to have that bigger damage, so then Yawar and CCNC. Time to step up for the BKB. It's worn off, and it goes back to the fight with the defusal. They're purging on Thompson. Maybe with the damage from CCNC, they can actually get a little bit more out of this. Sleight of fist. Finally, Thompson's streak will be ended. Jirax is low as well. CCNC, we get back-to-back kills. Anna, steering chained up, Paradise. What else have you got? Another slide. Just getting rid of the creep wave. At least they're keeping their racks alive here, Newbie. But they won't get much more. A great sleight of fist dodge, just dodging the Inkswell of Anna. The tier 3 tower is still taken. OG, it wasn't the perfect fight from them. You got a side of fist steering. Oh, in the trees. Not quite right, but...
For a second there, I thought Anna was maybe going to stop his TP and try to turn that. CCNC was super low on mana, but...
You wouldn't put it past him.
They got out there. No, I wouldn't have been too surprised, but yeah. Newbie, they do defend. That was honestly a really good hold by countering out the Magnus RP, not allowing it to come off this fissure. And, well, not this one, the next one. That's the Aegis. OG are going to reset. And then they decide to go in. And they're going in here without Wukong's command and without the Aegis that they just lost. And they forced an Echo out with that. And this Stormhammer, it's kind of lucky. He's actually skewing into the Stormhammer, so they get the time to react and get the fissure off. And that's the defense.
You see the ability for Yawar to actually stand in the protection of the BKB, but after that it's just so hard. Anna coming up. Well, I think OG have marked this territory. Anna will be Fisher blocked in. Thompson, however, he doesn't care. Yawar has to BKB. Such pressure and maneuverability. The draft battle was like, well, you know what? I don't really like the monkey here, but it doesn't matter when Thompson's playing it. You pick it for the player. And my God, has he shined on this hero. He even gave away the death in the mid lane. Then after that, it's like, no, you had something, but now you have nothing.
Oh, the death ended up favoring him because he got a kill right after, right? If he the moment he gets the solo kill on CCNC, the lane is a big win for him.
Is that to say like intentional feed?
That's not what I'm
Let's
saying.
not go that far.
That's not what it looked like.
Blink Echo's off cooldown, but it's still only level 1 and...
Pie's dead, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic. Creates a disruption over on Jirax. Vijay tries to create some more space, and maybe they can get this kill into the tree and protect before he can get the overgrowth off. Able to do so, so Jirax is down. Thompson into the Wukong's command, but very much away from the rest of Newbie as they just wait out the Soulbind. Thompson doesn't want to leave just yet. CCNC, who's his target? Anna into the Omnislash, but the Yule Scepter is wasting all of it. The RP will catch out CCNC, but defender disruption. Pilot Eye got it off just in time, but the Inkswell, the stun control, maybe with a Stormhammer. Yawar, it's time to go big or go home. He's looking for the cleave damage, but Anna, he closed the distance over on Snaking. Yawar, everyone's just delta split. They can't catch him out. He gets rooted to the ground. And the buybacks that came in from Newbie, they want to fight around the shrines, but now it's going to be Pilai Die falling. Thompson's gone after MSS for a triple kill from him, and it'll be Anna who'll claim the life in a double kill against Pilai Die. And Seb, he's also looking for his own fight. Everyone's having their own engagements. CCNC trying to bring down Seb. It won't be enough though. The Yule Scepter up. My bad indeed. Skewers to it. Great side of fist. CCNC is actually going to claim that life. But they're hunting. Diffusal blade. Spirit defensively up and back with the sleight of fist searing chains. He's just trying to play the game until he's got his TP buff cooldown in 5 seconds time. Fortification will stop OG from instantly assaulting the base. And Newbie, they're playing scrappy, but they're playing still.
OG's fights are so good. The way they're positioning their heroes, the way they're playing off each other, using cooldowns correctly. Even though the Thompson Wukong command isn't that good there, it creates so much space and so much time for the rest of the team to be set up for success. And they just keep weaving in and out, not stacking on top of each other. Until the Sven Stormhammer in the end, there was like no opportunity really presented for Newbie in that fight. And a nice detail from CCNC on the way out there. At least they have that going for them, which is nice, but it's a very minor consolation prize to have your mid-hero survive and get 1 kill there.
This is just one of those games where you've got to kind of remain optimistic for both sides. So let's have a look at this once again. So Pilot Eye, it all starts with him being initiated on. But they catch out Jirax at the beginning. And you feel like maybe you didn't have to expend too much. The Wukongs didn't really catch anybody, and the Soulbind waited out, yet still they have enough to keep the fight going.
The Treant bought back and reconnected with the fight. He has living armor for Thompson, keeping him that extra bit safe. They get the RP, which doesn't give them the kill because of a good defensive disruption, but that defensive disruption puts Pilot Eye in an awful position.
Here we go again. Anna. MSS is wondering if there's extra help. He waited this out as long as possible. Anna can start the spin. The living arm will give some protection. Purge up as quick as they possibly can, but now the spin is going to wear off. CCNC still going to slide a fist and then just spirit away to safety because Thompson, in he comes with a jump down. Pilot Eye is instantly killed off. This is not a game when you want to be a support. With a war cry, they create a little bit of extra space. Snaking looking for his own damage. Is there that blink echo? They're waiting for it out as Anna already back into a spin.
He's so safe with that healing ward. Absolutely no problem. OG lost nothing there. They get the kill on the Shadow Demon. They used no big spells, so all ultis ready. Could try to start protecting Roshan. He can spawn in 20 seconds. Just get control of that area. Looks like what No-Tail is drawing right now. So we're going to play up here. Keep pushing in the top lane if possible, perhaps. Maybe they're going to cut waves with Thompson.
You got Roshan that could spawn in 10 seconds time, so controlling the northern side.
Yep.
Making sure there is no gank that comes the opposite direction, because that really feels like Newbie's last hurrah. OG, overconfident, sit inside the pit, and you just hit this amazing echo and actually give space for Yawar to do damage during that control. But he can't be the only one. Yawar doesn't have the damage output required to get through this OG lineup. CCNC, oh, he's actually able to grab one of the 30-minute runes. Make it 2 of them. Hey, you'll take the money. That's enough for Uzmyolnya, but he won't have buyback available if he does it.
kind of feels like one of those games where Ember needs to go physical damage. I don't know if they can kill the Jugger and deal with the massive AoE teamfight of OG if they don't have heavy burst. Maybe the magic burst can be enough. You're obviously making the enemy team giving them a lot more value out of armor if both Sven and Ember are doing physical damage. But you still have the pure damage of Enchantress, and you have the magic damage of Shaker.
And Paladai was really lucky to survive that. Jirax's blink came just a fraction of a second too late. The Nubi's doing the best they possibly can. Seb pulls back. Wait, those trees regrew very quickly. He skewered through them and they instantly spawn back up. It's like a pop-up book.
Actually, I take it back. I don't think physical damage is a solution either. That's one of Juggernaut's biggest strengths. He has 50 armor. The itemization options for CCNC, there's nothing that feels amazing. It's just, he's gonna get this Mjolnir so he gets more damage. Overall, like more mixed damage, has maybe will get some value out of the static shield. I forgot what it's called. It's not called static shield. Static charge, right? Static charge. I think it's called static charge. But the guy who has to deal damage here and kill this Jugger is actually snaking, I think. That's the biggest damage source they have. But Jugger now with the butterfly is going to have all the evasion. He's going to get maybe an Aegis, unless they give it to Thompson's Monkey King again, which I wouldn't put past them. He's way less tanky than the Jugger. He needs it a lot more. And maybe you just give the cheese over to Seb. So far, it's backpack for Ana.
Smoke came very late. You saw Snaking actually turn around after Roshan died. They're 4-man smoking out. They're looking for an opportunity. Jirax, he's hunting CCNC. Thompson about to bounce forward. The smoke breaks on the Enchantress, but they have to kill off Jirax so quickly. Yawar, BKB, God's Strength, they're going to be able to do so. So down goes Jirax. No buyback available, but in the backlines, Snaking, the man that has to do the damage, is stuck inside the Wukong's command with the stun from Notel. They'll hold him there. Snaking tanks through a lot, but he can't tank through all of it. CCNC, no defensive spirit available. He has the Yule Scepter, silenced up for the moment, needs a little bit more space to work with, and that's why up, down, and around. The stun from Notel won't be able to reach, but he'll be able to hit. No, he doesn't hit with the Stroke of Fate. Another banishment by Paladai. Buyback maybe needed here from Snaking. RP catching out Yawar. He had no BKB. He had no goal strength. He had no real presence. They can buy back, but they've lost CCNC. Thompson just did it solo underneath the racks, which they're looking to take now. Fortification slows down the push from OG, but it definitely won't stop it. And look, he's even with the double damage rune on the end of Ana. Was thinking about tier 4 towers. But okay, back to reasonable objectives is going to be the mid. Not pulling an RV right now. Take all the objectives. Get the megas up and running. Good stun. Seb. just wanted to have a closer inspection of Shadow Demon. Fissure stun out over on Thompson. Now, again, Mischief. Such a problem for Snaking to keep hitting that impetus. Paladai. Disruption. Now the impetus can go out towards Ana. He'll jump away, Storm Bolt, Thompson, he's in real deep. Remember, Aegis the Immortal, he's happy to tank it through as long as they can get a rebuttal kill. Ana sent up and towards the air. Snake is getting some time to heal up. He's got 9 1 charges and he needs that time. Does Paladai have another disruption? No, it was 1 second away. He's stuck around. Now all he can do is just disrupt the attacking Ana. Snaking back into his damage, over to Monkey King. They really want Thompson dead. He's such a huge chunk of the damage as Ana runs forward, can't get the Inkswell stun out, but he'll have the Omni Sight.
Oh my
Together you are! Together you stand, together you die, and together you GG! Newbie are out, OG have knocked them down to the lower bracket in more than dominating fashion. You banned the IO, which dominated in game 1. We just come back. The Seb Classic Magnus, Thompson styling, and OG looking in the same type of form. They were there in the last TI. And they want to carry that whole way through this upper bracket. No drop downs.
And Newbie might be kicking themselves a little bit after this series as far as the first phase strategy went. They gave them the IO in game 1, they got destroyed. In this game, they gave over the Seb Mag. And especially this game is worth talking about from a strategic standpoint in the first phase, because they banned, what was it? And they banned the IO, the Chen, and then they had +1 ban. And that could have been the Mag, and they could have still first picked the Ench. But they chose to ban the support Invoker. Yeah. I don't know if they have played against this from OG and feel like it's a really big threat, but OG have a lot of really good strategies. You got to choose which one you give away. This time they give away the mag, and OG made it look... I said this game would be more comfortable for Newbie than the first one. It was still really hard, but yeah.
Yeah, man, OG made this look so easy. I wonder how long it will be until they're tested. What team can do it? Maybe it's one of the next two they'll be playing here on the main stage.
A 2-0 win then for OG Esports, 12 months on. Some things change and some things stay exactly the same, and that's exactly what we've had in this upper bracket. A repeat of last season's quarterfinal upper bracket, exactly the same result. OG cruising through, guaranteed top 6 position cap, and looking in imperious form as well.
Oh, they just dominated this newbie squad, man. And this is a team that, you know, looking through their DPC season, just wasn't that hot.
Pretty
Didn't expect
average,
them to be
really.
able to come in and just be able to easily get top 6. There was no hesitation there. That was just a clean 2-0. And I love that Cinderin pointed out. The OG has demonstrated so many strategies. That's the beauty of this team. They're super smart like that. You have to actually choose one of the things that they're super good with to give away, because you can't ban it all.
Yeah, got too much, Grant, haven't they?
They definitely do. They talked about the Seb Magnus, even the Tops and Monkey King, right? Some of the core players are saying this is like one of the worst core heroes in the game, and they just last pick it, and it completely dominates the entire game.
Yeah, it does dominate the game. Brian, it's funny actually. Grant should mention the Thompson mode, because we were kind of admiring it, weren't we? We were looking at it, and he was doing some great stuff early game, and it's kind of, you made the point. They've got this switch, sure, at 15 to 20 minutes, but the reason they've got that switch is because of some of the stuff, the subtle stuff that they do early on. Which you're going to take us through a couple of these. We call them the Houdinis of OG.
Absolutely. We got one from game 1 and one from game 2. And the first game, we got Ana early on in the game. There's a 4-man rotation, and this is your perspective. And it looks so simple almost when you watch it from the bird's eye view, where we all see exactly what's going on. Just draw all this attention to his lane and just escape scot-free. This is how you get that massive advantage. And we're going to pause right here, where you can see that Newbie loses vision of him for a split second. And he knows that all the abilities are going to be thrown in this specific area, and he jukes to the side to dodge everything. And that's what he's abusing, the Radiant Vision, such that he can escape these ganks narrowly. And we're going to see the exact same thing coming out from Thompson in game 2 of this series in the mid lane. 3-man rotation, forcing reactions to their lane. This is the bird's eye view once again. This looks like a simple ring around the trees. And then when we pause it from Newbie's perspective, they lose vision of him right up. I lost it on my screen. They lose.
Don't worry.
No, they lost vision of him right when he went into the trees. They collapsed on him from all 3 directions, and he took the one way out.
Dude, I didn't even know.
Block.
Like, I love like those as they call them, the demon juke spots, right? Like he did it. I've never seen that one in the mid lane where you just cut that one tree and you circle around it. I was like, holy.
I think the best part of that was the way BSJ explained it. I actually didn't need to see the screen. I just listened to the way he explained it, and I could see it in my mind. It was really cool.
Yeah, and as I said, it's just one of the little things, Brian, isn't it, that they do in that early game. Just, you might even overlook them most of the time. You know, not even that significant, but it's not a coincidence. That kind of Houdini act happens almost every game for them on Ana.
It's why they're up. It's why they're even or up at 15 minutes, and suddenly they turn that into the lead they have.
Newbie aren't a bad side, Cat, but they've been made to look pretty ordinary in this game. They're better than that, though, aren't they?
No, they certainly are. It's just OG's an incredible team. Whether or not they have the confidence to be able to go through the lower bracket is going to be a good question for them. The mentality of this team and how far they can go after they've been knocked down. I mean, you heard MSS, and he's laughing around during the interview talking about, like, I'm surprised we even made top 8 because we were making so many mistakes. When you don't actually get to succeed, when you don't make that top 8 position, when you get knocked down, how well are you going to be able to come back up? And for me, I am suspicious as to whether or not Newbie's going to be able to maintain a good, strong mental approach in the lower bracket.
And Grant, we've talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I want to bring it up again because there's so many similarities with this upper bracket as there was last year. They're almost all of them facing the same mental task again, which second time around, that's got to be harder, isn't it?
It has to be, especially like because you already know you've been beaten once, so you are the one who has to make the change, and obviously they didn't make the change. And we saw in the game 1, they gave up the IO, game 2, they gave up the mag, and that just goes back to how versatile they OG are, and I don't know. It's just going to be tough for Newbie. They have to go down. Now they have to play kind of an inter-regional opponent in Infamous later, and that's going to be, honestly, just as tough for them.
And OG marching on, Brian. Top 6 guaranteed. They seem to be playing with a kind of abandoned, really. They just don't care about anything. They're enjoying life, they're enjoying the game, they're enjoying each other. You saw them smiling and laughing with each other. It's hard to imagine what could stop them other than themselves now.
Yeah, I just love how they could pass the torch to any player. We saw last year at the TI Finals, Seb carrying Game 4, Anna carried Game 2, Thompson carried Game 1 here.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The strategies they have, some teams have kind of focused on one player being the all-star, but they just throw it in the hands of whoever is appropriate to carry that specific game.
The best part for me is the storyline that continues as they move farther. They're going to match up against either Evil Geniuses, oh, that's a spicy one, or Team Secret.
Please, you're making me too excited. We need to be rescued. Casey, help us out, please. Who have you got over there?
I have Seb. Seb! Is that old now? Like, I should find something new.
No, I don't think it's old.
No?
Like, I'm still enjoying it, actually.
I was really proud of myself. I'm gonna seem pretty cool here. And then I thought,
No,
no,
you are really cool right now.
Well,
You're being the coolest.
Thank you, Seb.
Yes, you're welcome.
There is such a sense of comfort that it looks like you have. Like, you seem so comfortable as a team playing on the TI stage. We don't actually tend to see that with returning TI champs. A lot of times people come back and the pressure to repeat gets to be too much. How have you been able to kind of keep your wits about you as a team?
I mean, it's kind of like home sweet home kind of thing. I think it's the most comfortable place, this booth, like on the TI main stage, where we feel the best. We don't feel as comfortable in scrims. We don't feel as comfortable in other tournaments. I don't know. It's just we had such memorable experiences in this setup. Like, you know, just the 5, the 6 of us. Like, it feels good. Like, once we're sitting there, we're like, finally, we're back here. You know, let's just play some OG Dota. It's nice.
You've said in interviews with me and with other people before that you have such a trust of each other as teammates and that that's what helps you stay in the moment. How have you found that to be working for you here at TI?
I mean, my teammates are the best in the world in every of their positions. So it's more than trust. Like, I have trust for them as teammates, but also as like human beings. I would trust them with daily life stuff. We just trust each other. So we're just close to each other's. So now we know that we're going to face adversity when it comes to this tournament, that it's going to be a very rough couple of weeks. And so then we're ready. This is when you need your friends close to you and you have to be close to them. And that's what's happening.
And you have definitely been keeping people guessing. So I want to ask you more about that, but hopefully we'll have another chance too later. So best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you later, Seb. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Seb there with Casey. We're just going to quickly wrap things up. Just a couple of words to summarise that last game, Cap.
OG just looking dominant, and as Casey pointed out, they look very comfortable doing so. The nerves just do not seem to shake them, and TI is the place where everyone gets shooken up.
Final thoughts, Brown?
Yeah, a couple words. Just ban IO, ban Mag, ban Amber, ban Monkey King, ban as many heroes as you can. Yep.
Each time, Brian.
I just say clinic. Like, Newbie's a good team. They didn't look like it.
No, they didn't. They got made to look very ordinary, didn't they?
Yep.
Right, thanks very much, gents. Also, thanks to our draft panel. Time for us to move on here. I'm done for today, by the way. That was a very quick day for me. But you'll be in the capable hands of Rich when we come back. First of all, let's catch up with Sir Action Slacks, though, who's with a favourite part of my entire TI experience, the film contest, man.
Yes. Red Eye, it is film contest time. And I know international, it's all about the Dota on the stage, the game. But this is my favorite part. This is about the community. This is a celebration of all of us coming together. So many unique videos coming out this year. We had SFM, live action. We had just everything, claymation. But today, we're going to find out our winners of this year's short film contest. So we're going to walk you through all of our top 10 finalists. And by the end of the day, you'll know who takes that cash home. But for the first batch, we have 3 videos for you. Very fantastic animated features, which each have their own style. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what our fantastic community has made for us this year. Take a look.
here. Come to act. Catch this tide. Hey, to me. Time to feed. Axe flies. Side by side. Yes.
Meatball, meatball.
Yes.
Hey, meatball.
Who? Axe like.
Tide hunter, more like dead hunter.
I'll have my vengeance yet. Conquer! Conquer!
And man, no surprise those guys are finalists. The animation was amazing, and I cannot wait to see what else has made it to our top 10. But I'm more interested in your opinion over there, panel. We got a new one with Rich. Boys, what was your favorite short film contest this year?
I actually almost cried when the courier got shot with that arrow. I almost cried there. It was a big moment for me, but we definitely did enjoy them here. We got a brand new panel to start off this next series. And guys, this is one of the series that I think we're probably the most excited for today. We have two Rockstar teams about to go head-to-head. We're going to have EG and we're going to have Secret. What do you think of this matchup?
I mean, it's the two big names right from the two big regions. This is what a lot of the viewers are going to be staying up for, you know, watching at some ungodly hour in America for this. Secret versus EG.
Yep.
And what's going to happen? EG looking a bit shaky in the groups, but you got to remember this team, if you look at sort of the TI progress, it's pretty good. Last year, they came third. So who's not to say that they're going to be able to push it and make that upper bracket run? Sure, Secret looked flawless in the group stage, but in the past, we've seen a flawless group stage from Secret turn into not so great results on the main stage.
Yeah, and I look back at probably my favorite series of like all year was the MDL Major Secret versus EG, I believe was it upper bracket finals, I believe, and it was a 3-game series. Yes, it was just an absolutely amazing series, and I hope we get another one.
Yeah, definitely. And I know today I actually got to see EG arrive to the venue. We were all kind of getting here when they did. They were in the bus. They were getting riled up. I actually got a little bit of insight into their ritual to get ready. Sumail was blasting Danger Zone. Arteezy was he had his headphones on, and everybody started yelling at him to get his headphones off. Somebody said, hey, let's let Arteezy get in the zone. And Sumail said, there's only one zone, the Danger Zone.
Did that actually happen?
That actually happened. Yeah, that actually happened.
That doesn't sound like a Sumail thing to do.
Sumail, I asked Sumail in the interview after. The question is, do you think it's going to be a winner's interview, or do you think we're actually going to see Sumail maybe having one of those losers' interviews?
I think it's going to be a 3-game series at the minimum. Obviously, a lot of people are leaning Secret, especially how they did in the group stage. Yeah. But Secret always looks good. For pretty much ever since the organization has existed, they've always been good coming into TI. And then the best they've ever done is 5th/6th last year. And you'd think that a team that has such consistent performance over the year would be able to have a better showing at TI, but it just never seems to happen.
I also do want to say, when we look at both of these squads, we have some potential to have 2-time champs, right? Yep. And there are not many people, some of them, who actually could go for that 2-time. They were knocked out of the tournament already. But now we need to actually take a look at some of these teams who are going to get thrown in to the Danger Zone. Evil geniuses are now ready to take the stage. Oh, the fans here in China are excited for this squad. And keep in mind, we do have the potential for a 2-time champ. They want to be able, with this roster, to finally grab a win as well. They've come close before. They're no strangers to the TI stage. But this is going to be a big test for them early in this tournament because their opponents are definitely going to be tough ones in secret. And as Grant did mention, this is not a matchup that we are strangers to. We have seen it before. Let's take a look at their opponents. Folks, if you asked a lot of people when they were actually headed to TI who they thought was going to be able to take TI9, Secret was a team that they would say very, very quickly. Taking the stage right now is going to be that squad. Hoping to pull it down. Puppy going to be leading them out right now. We're very excited to see what they're going to be able to do here at TI, playing up against EG, but also we're excited to hear what they have to say about this series and about TI as a whole. Luckily for us, Casey had an opportunity to talk to Team Secret.
Maywan, have you ever been pregnant?
No.
Casey, have you ever been pregnant?
I have.
We got the questions answered. We can leave.
I'm going to need my seat back.
No, you don't.
No?
We'll keep it this way.
Okay, fine. I want to hear a little bit about how the team has evolved because last year at TI8, that was the best finish that you've had. So I want to know from you what has changed and how do you feel coming into TI9? What do you think makes everything feel a little bit different?
I guess the difference between now and before would be we like each other more, I would say. We don't really have any personal issues between each other. We just talk about games. It's easier.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Everybody understands what they're supposed to be doing in a team.
Mm-hmm.
We have a really good chemistry together. And I've been kind of like searching for that exact chemistry between players so they kind of like mesh. But like in the past, I've had a lot of issues with people just wanting to take over. Like, you know, it just happens naturally. You know, Kuro wanted to take also over. So like it just gets weird between people. And like there's this Fly perhaps who wants to take over. There's a lot of people taking over here. It just gets clashy. It just gets annoying. So people start hating each other and all that stuff. But that's only like related to me. But a lot of the times you won't find out until you play with a team member. And then you understand like, oh, he wants to be the most important guy.
How would you say that Puppy has changed as a leader in the time that you've played for him?
I think when I first joined Secret was, I would say he wasn't that good at first. He wasn't the captain of the team for a long time, and sometimes he doubted himself too. He wasn't sure about stuff, and he needs to gain more experience back into his blood, like knowing what's the best, you know. Sometimes I believe in him, so I just kept on playing with him.
You agree with that?
Well, you know, tough times during that time, you know.
Yeah.
TI6 wasn't fun.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of doubt in that era of time. I mean, Dota's our life. It starts oozing into everything you do. You don't succeed in Dota, you're wrong in Dota, you're wrong in life.
You tweeted in all caps at Ice Frog a few months ago.
Yeah.
Did that make you feel better? I feel like he...
It actually does.
Yeah?
Sometimes you actually just want to shout at the gods, you know, like...
That's true.
What is this shit, you know? You don't know.
Exactly.
Like...
I want to switch a little bit to how you do think that you've been playing this season. Specific to VP, you both are neck and neck as far as how you're doing in the ratings with DPC. So how are you different? What do you think is the biggest reason that you can be more successful than VP at TI?
We can be more successful because we can just be better than them. And it's just weird because like in Dota, it's if you're correct, you win. If you're not, you don't. So in order to win TI, something magical needs to happen. Like everything needs to fit, everything needs to align. For now, I feel like we have a lot of those alignments going in our favor, and that's why we can probably be better than VP.
Pretty much everybody we've talked to has said that TI seems to be different for a lot of reasons. It's bigger than all the other tournaments, but also the mentality of it seems to be different, where anything can happen for any team. Knowing that you're number one in DPC coming in, does that mean anything to you at all because it's TI, or do you use that as a source of confidence as you start group stage?
Nah. It's like doesn't matter. We've all been there. You know, we've seen it many times before. Being a dominant team in the year does not mean that you will win TI. So we don't care.
Yeah, it's true. You might be a major winner, but when it comes to TI, you might be nothing. You know, you never know.
Yeah, we're losers. Only if we win. We're not losers. Second place, you're a loser. Good night, everyone.
What is this, late night? Jesus.
Good night, everyone.
Yay!
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Thank you, guys.
All jokes aside, I think that's one of those interviews where you actually look at it and you hear a lot. I mean, you straight up hear the idea of doubt creeping in after being a player that's seen so much success. And that's something that I feel like is so crucial to somewhat rebuild, figure out what was going wrong, taking that experience and then building up a new empire, a new dynasty, if you will. And let's talk about some of the members that do make that up, Tsunami.
Yeah, I think the hipster choice that I want to talk about is Nisha, because, you know, Yapzor, Puppy, Mid1, Zai, they all have storied histories. Nisha, on the other hand, he's a bit of a newcomer, and I love it whenever Puppy takes these European carry proteges and he tries to mold them. Before Nisha joined Team Secret, his share of prize pool winnings, he had made around $25,000 USD, and he'd been playing since 2015. And since joining Team Secret, he's made like over $300,000. So it's all about if you can find this potential and you can just mold it and harness it, that's what makes Puppy such a great captain.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the things that's always talked about is the idea that he can find this new talent and foster this new talent. But then when we hear everything that is going on in that interview, the idea of figuring out that right team chemistry, finding a player who doesn't necessarily want to take over or take that leadership role.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's more important for a player like Puppy to actually foster new talent because that new talent goes, okay, I see what you can do. I'm going to follow the marching.
Well, I think so, right? We saw from that interview, as you say, you know, Puppy, he likes that dynamic where he is sort of the powerful figure and he's able to bring people in, sort of train them up. But at the same time, what I thought was really interesting about that interview was the fact that, you know, Mid1 was sat there with Puppy and he was still able to sort of talk about the vulnerabilities and reflect on some of the tougher times in the past, which I feel like in previous iterations of Secret, I can't imagine Puppy's teammates sitting there next to him and, you know, calling him out. But it just shows sort of how the dynamic has changed and that nowadays Secret is, they've sort of humbled themselves. And I think that really shows in the group stage in the way that they're playing, the way that they're able to take Nisha, you know, so this quiet carry player, and even given the confidence in some of the games of the groups to put him in the mid lane. Say, hey, well, Mid1, we're going to step you to the side. Nisha comes in on his sniper. We've seen him in previous lands do it on the Deucer. They have that flexibility, and Nisha, as you say, a new player, is already showing that, you know, Puppy's confidence has sort of driven down to him. It's this new dynamic, a new level across the board between Secret, which is bringing them to a new height.
Yeah, and I want to go back 100% Puppy thing. He is the leader. Like we actually talked to him at MDL Paris, and he said he is the leader. I mean, that's how you lead a team. Like, you don't need all those voices in the back. Like, he is the leader. If you don't trust in him, you don't trust in the team.
He had mentioned that basically what he had said in the interview, that sometimes Kuro felt like leading, sometimes Fly felt like leading. And his theory was, why do you want to lead? Why don't you just help me become a better leader?
Exactly.
I think that that's really important, but for people who maybe haven't gotten to watch as much Dota and want to see behind the curtain a little bit more, when you talk about a game like Dota, obviously everybody needs to be chattering. You need to be hearing information. You need eyes all over the place. You need to be communicating with everybody. How does a dynamic like that really work for a leader? If it is an in-game shot caller, Owen, like how does that necessarily work? How do you actually rely on your other teammates to diffuse information as well?
Well, I think at the same time, less information is also more information when you talk about that. It's for Puppy, he finds these players that, they're not going to say too much. They're not going to be screaming, get Roshan, or, calling out all these plays that are sometimes unnecessary, or sometimes, it's almost certainly felt between the team members. It doesn't need to go spoken. I think players like Nisha are going to nail that perfectly. You don't see Nisha on the cams yelling his head off the whole game. He's going to barely say a few words, but that lack of communication is also the right amount of communication.
He just Puppy wants to find something he can just wind up, and then he just lets them on their way. You wind up mid one, give him the potential, and he's going to take over the game. Same thing with Nisha.
Yeah, but I would say going back to the talking, if you look at this is one of those games when I look at the coaches, right? I think MSS said it best, the Goons. You have Bulba and you have Sunby. These two are some of like the oldest kind of voices in NA Dota, and now they're going to head-to-head. And if you probably told him that back at like TI3 era or something, Bull would have been like, no, Sunby's one of the worst players I've ever met, and now he's like, he's on stage with one of the best teams. Like, it is what it is.
Well, I want to take it a step further as well, Tsunami. When we actually look at these squads, they are no strangers to each other. A lot of these players have had interactions with each other, not only as opponents.
They've been on each other's teams many a time. Yeah. There's a lot of crossover between these two squads.
Bulba was a player.
Bulba was a player, yeah. Everything like Fly, S4, and then on the side of Secret, Zai, obviously your favorite North American export, pretty much.
I mean, Zai, trust me, like Zai, EG is still super close with Zai. Zai is just one of those guys, like, you actually can't hate. You watch his stream, this guy is just like the nicest guy,
unless
the highest
you
skilled
listen
player.
to his music and you don't want to listen to theremins.
All right, this guy's over here listening to top 40 radio hits.
It's a very cultured sound.
Sure. And EG's a very cultured team. We talked a lot about Secret, we talked a lot about the crossover, but these are your boys, Grant.
Whoa. No, I'm just kidding. EG, oh, for sure. I mean, I've known these guys for a long time. I knew Arteezy probably back 2008 when he was losing middle matchups to 747 and stuff. And, I mean, you just look. I mean, he has grown so much, Arteezy specifically. And, I mean, it's hard, right? Because he's pretty much carried NA Dota, like, on his back from, like, a Reddit point of things where if they do bad, Arteezy's the one getting blamed. And it's tough being that way.
Did I ever tell you my Arteezy story?
No, you didn't, Rich. Let's hear it.
So we got a little bit of time before the game gets started. My first Dota event that I went to as a fan, I was going to watch Dota, and I was a huge fanboy of Fear. All I wanted to do was get a picture with Fear.
Been there.
And I finally find him. I walk up to him. I'm like, "Hi, sir. Can I have a picture?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay, let's do it." I'm taking the picture, and all of a sudden, this dude puts his arm around me and takes me away from Fear. And I have a picture with this dude in Fear, and I'm livid. I'm so mad at this dude. And I show my friend, I'm like, this dude ruined my picture with Fear. Is Arteezy.
I mean,
I'm still a little upset about it. I really wanted that picture with Fear. Arteezy came in and ruined the picture for me.
I mean, to be fair, Fear is a TI winner, So
that's true.
Okay. If you're a fan of Fear, I've got a picture to show you after the panel.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Ask to see picture of Fear. The other thing that I want to see, it's going to be this game. We're getting ready to actually jump in. This is one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. It is going to be EG going up against Secret. Two front runners to potentially take the entire tournament, going to be going head-to-head. The loser of this drops down to that elimination bracket where it's really going to get saucy. Now, I do want to actually jump in right now and see what is going to happen. The players are now ready. Let's see who's going to take this one.
Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
That's right. As Rich pointed out, this has got to be one of the most anticipated matchups. Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. And what better man to be able to break down the strategic element of the game with BSJ and I than PPD. Peter, you've had a long history in North American Dota. You've been heralded as one of the great captains to be able to lead teams. You heard Puppy's philosophy on leadership. You've heard his experience, having personalities who try and take over the leadership role. Have you ever experienced that?
Some of the players I relate to the most are captains. Unfortunately, I'll never have the chance to play with them because we're too similar of guys. And I think Nisha, right, coming into Team Secret, he's this quiet youngster who doesn't have a lot of previous biases. Sure, he's been playing for a while, but never at this kind of a level. So he comes in, stays quiet, hits his neutral creeps, carries the game. He doesn't have all these previous biases. He doesn't want to be a leader. He just wants to listen.
That's the kind of player you're looking for, right? To bring
Sometimes,
under your wing.
if that's who you need, and that's what Puppy needs on his team. And getting behind a captain and working together as a team, having one direction throughout the game, will take you, very, very far.
Yeah, I've been on teams where there's undercommunication, not enough being said amongst the team. There's not a clear-cut leader. And then I've also been on teams where everyone wants to say their part. And if you have 5 people talking in the middle of a game, it can really convolute the communications. And sometimes you just need that guy, like you said, to be silent, do his part, and you just know what to expect from him mainly. Like, there can be a lot done in Dota that needs to be left unsaid. Like, that's how I look at it. And that's why there's a nice balance of these quiet players, reserved, as well as these vocal captains.
And the reason why we practice is so that eventually, the captain's philosophy about how to play Dota becomes second nature to the players on the team. And then sometimes the captain, he doesn't even have to do the leading, as long as the players who are speaking up, are on the same page. But when everybody's on different pages, that's when things get crazy. But we got a nice draft here. I've been excited to break down these drafts. The Team Secret and Puppy, they're a little bit tough to break down sometimes because, I don't know what's going on with Team Secret drafts sometimes. We saw some.
Did you guys look at Team Secret going into this tournament? As they are the front runners and everybody's been looking at them, did you try and study them and their drafting philosophy?
Well, there was all these patches before TI and you didn't really know what people were going to do. So pretty much the only info you had was from the scrims that you played and a lot of, matchmaking pubs to try to identify some of the powerful heroes in the meta. Team Secret, they're pretty private about their scrim opponents. We didn't get any games against them, unfortunately. And but when you're at a tournament, you're at this group stage, and after day one, you see, who's 6-0? What are they doing?
And from your point of view, what is Team Secret doing that is making them look so good from DPC and now to TI? Just continued success.
I think Team Secret's the most individually talented team at this tournament. Their players seem to just understand what they're capable of doing in game and are capable enough to execute it in game as well. So I think they're just they're all making really fast and good decisions. And as long as their draft is on point, I think they have a really good shot of going further. And I think that Secret OG matchup in the next round would be really exciting.
So you have already got it locked in your head. Secret's going to body Evil Geniuses.
I think Secret's the better team, but EG, they have these moments of brilliance where they have these series where they play super well. And Secret sometimes they get this weird puppy draft, and you're like, what is going on here? And sometimes it just doesn't connect.
Yeah. BSJ, from your perspective, what is EG doing differently? They had a rough start to this group stage, right?
Yeah, I think at the start they were just too predictable, and I also think they came into the tournament not exactly on par with the meta, quite honestly. It feels like over the course of the group stage, they kind of did what PPD said, where who's 6-0, what are they doing in this tournament? And they kind of just started stealing the other heroes. That is honestly kind of a Bulba special, not to be a flamer here, but they are skilled enough to the point where they know these heroes well enough, and they're able to just be like, I'll take a little bit of that strategy, a little bit of that one, and apply it to our own game. And I think I like their opening here. You have Leshrac, a hero that is flex pick, but I think Sumail's been more than impressive on this hero so far.
Leshrac is one of those heroes that I identify as an Ench killer. This Ench hero is super powerful in lane, around level 5 to level 6. Also, you just run out of regen. You have to leave the lane against her. But Lesh is one of these heroes with lots and lots of heavy magical damage, lots of physical damage through edict, and he can kill some Yules into stun. Like sometimes if Ench isn't tanky enough, she just drops. And 1 or 2 Ench deaths, and before the first 15 minutes, that hero just falls right off a cliff.
Do you think that's why that last ban from Team Secret came in the first phase? The Gyrocopter, another one of those Enchantress killers, they're just trying to protect this first pick?
Yeah, Gyrocopter is a good Ench killer, but I think maybe the Lesh is even better. And like we said, the Lesh is a little bit more flex. You don't exactly know what role or lane it's going in. For EGs, it's one of Sumail's best mid heroes, and as they are on second pick, they're going to be able to hold that final pick to decide if Lesh is going to be mid for Sumail, or if they're going to maybe put it on support or a side lane or somewhere else.
They're going to be able to get that final twist that could surprise Team Secret.
Lesh is a very versatile hero, and on second pick, it's really nice to have these heroes that can play multiple roles.
Yeah, I like to have a natural. He says Enchantress killer. The one that supplies all the damage, that is mobile. I mentioned SF as well. We've seen teams deal with it that way too. It's just a hero that naturally pushes out their lane and then will easily rotate quickly to that Enchantress, where it's him +1 is enough to threaten the Enchantress. And I think that's a core part of Enchantress, where if she can't play the map with one hero missing the way she wants to play, or maybe she has to itemize 1 or 2 items like a hood or a force staff. It just makes her game a little less luxurious, but the fact is there still could be a position 5 Enchantress. That's like the power of this hero as a first pick, the flex idea.
I would not expect that to come out in this big of a game. I have played some 5-inch in my days, but this hero is just so powerful in the offlane that he just demands attention. And with this Shaker, he's going to have that early fissure block to get his lane back. I think once Ench gets level 3, she just becomes unkillable with the 2 points in either Untouchable or Nature's Attendance.
And now we do have our 5 position from Team Secret. Chen with the synergy of the Enchantress as well off that healing amplification.
And because Ench is so strong in lane, it's eventually going to free up the Shaker to start rotating throughout the map, kind of having free reign to get summoned around by Chen. Maybe they'll do some tri-laning. Maybe he'll gank mid. They'll be able to hopefully ease off the pressure of this 22 or this last pick from EG, because they kind of have to expose their mid on this 8-9 pick.
I think they're going to have some trouble with the creeps in the early game so far with Evil Geniuses. Yeah, in the mid game they have ET, Leshrac with the spread damage.
Yeah, Windrunner is also an Ench Slayer, right? In the mid game, we also have seen Windrunner be ran as a 4 position. I know Crit has played this hero quite a bit. We've seen these archer type heroes, these Maranas, Windrunner, Lina, Leshrac. These are they 4? Are they mid? Can't really tell. I would guess that usually the heroes you pick later in the draft end up being core, so I would suspect that this is going to be Sumail playing the Wind Ranger, and then they're going to save Arteezy's hero for the 22 pick. This is something that EG loves to do. They all in Arteezy, give him the hard carry, see if he can take it.
From your experience with these teammates, why do you think that is? Why aren't we seeing the last pick for Sumail? Give him the ultimate 1v1 matchup.
Maybe he's just such a highly skilled player, he can handle any matchup they throw at him.
I want to bring attention to the fact that Chen can get all these magic aura creeps.
Yeah.
That ET reduces your base magic resistance with a spirit, and so far with Evil Genius's lineup, other than I guess Retaliate and kind of Diabolic Edict, but that's not really enough. They have nothing that penetrates. That it's all magic damage for the most part. Even Windranger ends up building Javelin Maelstrom with the Focus Fire. I just think they might have some serious damage issues on EG in the mid to late game against heroes like Enchantress with the Chen creeps. Tiny's pretty beefy. The problem with Team Secret's lineup is they don't have that hard one, and that's what they're going to obviously pick for Nisha in this last
It's coming,
period.
don't worry.
Yeah.
It's coming, don't worry. They picked Tiny as a response to seeing the mid Wind Ranger. Tiny has high base damage, therefore he's very good and capable at out-CSing lower damage, 600 range heroes.
Yeah, and he can also do a lot of damage through Windrun.
Lots of burst, definitely. And we're going to see a last pick for Nisha with the hard carry as last pick. And this is kind of a weird spot for actually Secret, because I don't know, they kind of have to pick this hard carry that's going to, at least they see the offlaner. He's going to have a good lane against Centaur. Can maybe do a Juggernaut, something like that. And then EG is going to be able to pick a harder scaling late game carry. So it's going to be up to mid one and Zai on this Enchantress, I would guess, to really push the tempo and put some pressure on Arteezy to make sure he can't scale into the late game.
That's got to be a hard balance to take, right? When you don't have the ultimate last pick, trying to choose how much of a late game are you going to have with your carry, while simultaneously making sure you don't do it overboard and just get run at.
Just depends how good you think you can do against the offlane. Right now, I think you would guess it's going to be Lesh Centaur in your offlane. You've got a Chen there to back you up, which is a very strong lane securing support once he gets a couple creeps. Pick a hard enough carry to where you don't get crushed in lane, but that you also put enough pressure on EG to where they think they need to pick a really hard carry, and then hopefully your offlane of Shaker can put pressure on that hard carry so he doesn't have a great game. And Enchantress is no carry wants to lane against Enchantress.
I mean, Sam, you made it sound like because the Chen, you could almost get a little bit greedier with your last pick in carry, and Evil Geniuses actually take just that. They ban away the Spectre. What are the greedier laners you could go for?
Yeah, I think EG could be maybe set to deal up with the Spectre quite well. I think Lesh Spectre kind of likes the people stunning her and going on her and doing damage.
What do you think is more likely from Team Secret, DSJ?
Oh, sorry.
All right, either one.
No, you go ahead. Let's hear from the carry
People probably
player.
want to hear you.
No,
People
go
probably
ahead.
want to hear your damage or your
What do you got?
perspective, anyways. I was going to say they need a damage soaker, and that's exactly what they got in this last pick.
Full tempo.
I like the Spectre band because they have. I really think Team Secret's threatening this mid-game timing of damage problems for EG. I think Team Secret's like first volley of items is more powerful than EG's, and once they get past that initial volley of items, I think EG's lineup will then possess enough damage. But when you have this early game tempo, the natural tower pressure from the Chin and Enchantress, now you couple it with the Wraith King, a hero that kind of sets up the rotations naturally. He's just going to be hitting creeps all game.
It's going to be a fast game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think Sven might be a little too slow even if he goes for the Midas build on it.
At least they didn't go with the super hard carry.
Yeah, I like this build pick better than, like you said, a super hard carry.
You guys are leaning towards one team or the other? Seeing this last pick coming out from Evil Geniuses, did Sven solve enough problems?
I want to see EG prove that they can keep up with the pace of a team like Team Secret, and Team Secret is threatening a really fast pace. So I think Team Secret's got it.
Secret.
All right, well, with such a historical matchup, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, what better man to go to than the man who could give you all the stats between these two teams? Last word with Alan.
You know I love my early game stats, and I think that is once again going to be the key in this matchup. All eyes naturally on Sumail in that mid lane. He is the only player in the tournament averaging over 2.5 kills at the 12-minute mark, the tail end of that laning phase. But I actually think it's going to be tower pressure early on that will be decisive. EG turned around a 1-5 start in their groups. They have killed 12 towers at this tournament before the 10-minute mark. That's more than any other team, only given up 4. Secret have a 4-4 record that category, tower differential of 0. Going to be huge. Secret are going with an Enchantress for the first time in the last 2 patches, but they're going to try and shore up those lanes behind the Puppy Chen. 17-11, that is the most wins of any player-hero combo ever at the International. 2 Titans of the West collide with a top 6 finish at TI9 on the line. Lyrical and Trent, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alan. And yes, Trent, historical data, historical teams. Let's make some history. We're in the upper bracket TI9, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, full season of DPC, all these points. A lot of things in the past, I believe, is what you're all discussing. Who cares about the past? It means absolutely nothing. All that matters is how you perform at TI and the upper bracket. That's a nice place to do it because you want to ride that wave for as long as you can.
Oh, it's a very nice place to be, definitely. And already these two teams, again, we talked about it during the panel. EG barely able to sneak in there right towards the end of their group stages. They made a quick run in the last couple of days. Secret there the entire time pretty much. And already early on, mid one, able to pick himself up a little ward there.
Right off the bat. So this draft coming out, largely agreeing with most of what the panel had to say. Right? They're discussing things like the timing and everything. Things looking quite scary. You know, we talked so much about this Ancient Apparition and Alchemist, I feel like, where you're like kind of protecting that pick later on. Like, let's say you pick the AA, then you can pick the Alch later. Now, in this case, you take that Ench early, and no one really wants to pick Chen, I don't think, versus Ench, right? Very annoying to play against because the Enchant, so they managed to snag up both of them and give themselves a very fast-looking game here from Secret.
Mid one coming in to say hi. And yeah, that feels like it's going to be the story of this matchup, really, is how well can EG absorb this pressure that's coming in from Secret. And already Zai giving his buddy the business as they head through the river.
A couple of good friends duking it out up there, but the stun easily secures the bounty for Arteezy to give him the 2-2. So a lot of mysteries in the draft, right, for EG. You didn't quite know exactly where they're going to be laning these heroes, wondering who's going to be picking up that Leshrac. Such a flexible, probably the most flexible hero right now in the meta. As, ooh, what a deny there from mid one. And that is the frustrating thing versus the Tiny. It feels like even when you're casting your spells, trying to secure CS, it's not enough.
Yeah, the hero is just so hard to deal with. And a second one whiffs off the mark there.
It's getting warmed up, you know?
That's true. I mean, this is really one of those matchups that you could just watch mid the entire time, it feels like, and there'd be something interesting to talk about, because probably 2 of the best mid players in the world right now, and from a historical perspective as well.
Yeah, but on top of that, you also have a lot of stuns on the side lanes, too. So opportunities for kills galore. And we get some shenanigans up top there with Yaps. We're now pulling the creep wave, too, to help secure the Enchantress, who just, of course, needs all the help she can get the lane if she wasn't already annoying enough for you.
Yeah, Zai definitely just keeps the pressure onto Arteezy. And he is going to have to come back behind the tower to try and farm this one up. Maybe connect it over with the creep wave as well, so that way the lane doesn't push too far underneath the tower. And they'll see if they can get a little bit aggressive here. Zai just having the heal, so does not have that reduction in attack speed from the untouchable. And Fly going to play intercept.
Yeah, he's getting as much as he can out of this, right? Because he's like, I know the second she gets untouchable, I'm kind of useless.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try it for now.
Giving each other the high fives as well.
He's doing the math. He's like, all right, let me see here.
Yeah, it's time to get the heck away. And Arteezy will come in, play intercept. They do draw some aggro there again, but it won't be that big of an issue. Mid lane, Avalanche and Split Earth traded off between the two mids. And this is all to the tune of getting a little bit more for that Earthshaker. That battle that was going on up there top towards Zai, which is what you normally see from Team Secret, giving a lot of priority towards YapzOr, who has moved in towards mid.
Well, we do have a haste rune on that bottom spot, though. It is scouted, however, by that ward, of course. So EG might even know that Crit has been seen with this as well, because of how mid one was so easily able to de-ward.
Yeah, definitely. They should be aware. The wraparound is coming right now from YapzOr. It's Sumail. Kind of have an inkling that something's happening. They won't be able to get it, but does at least push back for a moment.
Yeah, that's a giant observer ward, making things pretty easy for Sumail, but you still have to respect it, right? I mean, obviously YapzOr knows that he's seasoned at this point, but he still has to play a certain way as long as he's going to stand there.
Now another grab of the creep wave back behind the tower. You know, at various points throughout this year, it's felt like Zai has just been the best player in the world.
Yeah.
And I think that he's still been able to have a really good tournament here at TI, keeping on that impressive streak that we've seen.
And you see S4 is getting punished because Crit's going for stacks right now. Going to go for a double off to the side to try and propel his left track, and he will be successful, nice and easy. So a little bit of gold saved up in the dire triangle at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And another wraparound coming. The fissure's going to land. Can Crit come in to save his buddy in time? He is still going for the edict, the walk away fairy fire. Is it enough? Not quite. Actually turning back in. Sumail thought he was getting a little bit too far forward there, but might be able to instead go on to mid one. Looks like they won't be able to get that much more damage as the Tiny knowing the limits of his hero. But this is kind of rough. Doesn't have a bottle charge either for mid one.
Yeah, Crit's just kind of hanging around here for a little bit here. Now Fly's rotating through. Going to see that YapzOr is also still lurking. And we get some lonely offlaners.
Yeah, this is weird. This is sort of going back to the old days when you had 2v2 mid, basically. Oh, trying to break the salve, and they do manage to get it. So salve broken as soon as they pull it back out.
That is nice. That's an empty ball. So he needs this top rune.
Oh, Sleep comes out. They have the Split Earth afterwards. In fact, mid one might just be going down here. They try and find the kill, and in fact, can they get it? The Avalanche barely able to save it. The walk back under tower. They try and turn the fight, but there's already creeps there. And now pulling back in that Spirit Power. Crit able to get it.
Oh, I got a little worried. I thought maybe with a high five he's going to run into trouble, but Crit will bail them out, and that was all because they're trying to secure that top rune, right?
Yeah.
They want to ensure that he's not going to get the ball. You just canceled the salve. So Mid-One's going to come back now. He's got some regen to help out YapzOr too, but great start there for EG in the mid lane.
4.5 minutes. Oftentimes people say that these early game kills don't end up mattering that much. Still, Obvi's a great way to propel that Lesh forward, and as the stun comes out, S4 just going to TP back towards Shrine, where it will come off cooldown very shortly.
This is nice too. Make sure you get a stack, of course, for your Sven buddy.
Yeah. Or possibly the Lesh.
Don't do it.
Oh, he's got
it. There's a lot of pressure. It's TI stage stacking, you know?
If you're missing that one, you got bigger problems.
Incredible. He even gives it the ping. He's like, yo, I got this, guys.
Don't worry.
Hey, the Chen creeps were coming. He almost had some trouble.
That's fair enough. Well, that's 4 bounty runes, it looks like, for Secret.
Yeah, they were back stacking, I think, with several heroes right there. So, when you do the math, that might work out okay for EG, or at least you're allocating your resources instead of spreading across the whole team with the bounty runes, you're pointing them at the target that you want.
That's a good point, yeah.
Unless they get stolen.
That would be tragic.
Yeah, you don't want that.
And we have seen a couple of instances where teams will just come in and drop ultis on supports just to clear up the stacks. Could be a moment. I would fully believe that YapzOr would echo a stack.
Definitely. That first Echo Slam, it's hard to get a lot of good use out of it. Crystal Maiden, Shadow Shaman, even stacking Ancients for the Serpent wards.
Oh, mid one. You got to be a little bit careful. Fly is nearby. It is nighttime. The Stomp, it's going to connect now. No rotations as of yet. They are bringing in the Earthshaker, but they don't manage to find the Split Earth. So mid one gets away from trouble that time. And Rune gonna spawn bottom as well. Man, unlucky for mid one so far on the runes.
They just have to deny it with the Chen instead. It was an invis.
trading off those power shots. Crit's just not giving Ramona's notice. It really does feel like we're back to, 2v2 mid in a way almost. Keep on rotating in there towards the lane.
A lot of lurkers, a lot of hanger-oners here. And now, well, Sumail, he's got that arcane rune, and he says, sorry, Sven. I'm going to handle this. Because much like a cleave, right, this is a magic spell that doesn't take into account how many units it's dealing damage to. So it is just as efficient at clearing out these giant stacks.
Yeah, so solid. Takes it down, and Sumail going to get a nice little boost of gold there. Again, as we mentioned, there are heroes on the side of Secret that could hypothetically move in and try and steal some of those away. Granted, none quite as effective as the Lesh or the Sven. But the hero that we haven't talked about all that much as of yet has been this Wraith King, who's kind of continued to farm up so far. 40 and 18 on him.
Oh, did they just get all 4 stacks? 1, 2... Oh, they got
gotta
3.
Look out down bottom as well.
S4 kills are cool too.
Trying to get away from this one as the fissure's going to land, and they will be able to run down at the Centaur, it looks like. So Nisha picking up a kill on top of having really solid CS in the lane stage.
So while they did that, though, they actually had 3 EG heroes all stacking camps inside that jungle. They almost got all 4. They missed 1 camp, but it does show you what they're trying to do in this game, right? Constant attention there while trying to keep these towers up as long as they can, because you don't want to lose control of this jungle. It is a big moneymaker for them.
Oh, inside, chasing down Fly now, going to give him the clap and then head away afterwards. So a little tip given over to Zai. YapzOr appreciating what his offlaner is doing.
They're trying to smoke up behind them, though.
This would be big if they could find it. RTZ looking for the opening, does spot out Puppey. Sumail is there as well. They're bringing in Zai and YapzOr, trying to get up close and personal. And PPD talked about this as the Ench killer. Can it work out here? Looks like it's just going to be running away time.
Yeah, oftentimes you only have enough for like that one burst this early on. So they hit the Chen first, and they'll just have to be happy enough with that.
And all this movement does give Crit a little bit of time to himself in the mid lane. Level 4 now, getting a fair few bit of CS. Actually already has a Javelin. So Bassi Javelin could become a bit of an issue once that Focus Fire comes out.
Yeah, actually going to be effective at the level 6 if he wants it.
Oh,
Stop
and that's
now.
Managed to hit Sumail. Oh, the fissure. Well played. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, you've got the possibilities of going aggro with this Earthshaker and Enchantress by blocking people off for the easy impetus kills, but also the defense when you have these telegraph setups that EG are relying on to hit that splitter.
And so, again, the defensive supports that you've got, at least somewhat. Earthshaker fulfills a dual role, but Chen later on with that Hand of God, gonna have to watch and make sure that EG don't commit too far if they hope to come out on top in an engagement.
Yeah, we're closing on it too, right? 10-minute mark. Should be an easy tome pickup there for Puppey.
But so far, it really does feel like Secret is the one that are kind of making the moves around the map, while EG just trying to play a little bit more passively until they get into those first round of items. And this is to the benefit of Nisha, who's now sitting almost 1,000 gold ahead of Arteezy.
Yeah, and they're getting that tower knocked down too, so they're going to be able to invade into that top jungle area fairly easily.
All the creeps take down the building, and now EG going to try and make their own move with S4 bottom. Does have 3 points up and Retaliate as well as the Stampede available.
And if you thought Nisha was rich now, he's just getting that Midas too. He's got the maxed out skeletons. The faster he's attacking, the faster he's making them. And he's going to be spamming those boys for the extra gold. Now TPing, not even going to walk from there because he wants to make sure he's getting these final kills and the stacks. Optimal efficiency here from Nisha.
Wraparound coming towards mid, as mid one wanted to find Fly, but Fly just going to keep this tower alive, killing off and slowing down those creeps from moving in. And this is nice too, though, because Secret, it's not just taking those buildings, but it's Nisha getting farmed.
Yeah, not really having to be too involved, right? I mean, we just don't have that many kills, frankly, so I guess he's involved in 50% of the kills, but it doesn't feel like he's seen a whole lot of the enemy team so far this match.
No. And Zai going to TP down bottom to hold off the pressure that's coming from there. The mid one keeps farming in the mid lane, while Fly getting his levels as well. And kind of feeling like it's, again, one of those instances where sort of that, you know, no rush 15 minutes or so, where everybody kind of hangs out, gets into those Hand of Midases, and then we wait and see where the first big rotations come, probably around defending towers.
It looks like they might be smoking up here now from EG. They don't have the 6 on the ET. There's his tome. Okay, so he's got it now.
This would be a perfect kill. This is absolutely perfect if they can get him. Mid
one. The question is, how do you lead it? You've only got 1 point in the shackle, so don't miss.
Oh, he does miss. And the stomp able to connect. They have the Split Earth afterwards, and now just running forward for him. But the fissure, able to keep him alive with the Hand of God, the Avalanche. It's not enough. Sumail gets the kill.
Yeah, cost them the Stampede too, but that's fine. Very worthy knockdown there. The only person probably a little bit better would be Nisha, but mid one has a very specific mid-game timing that he's trying to hit right here. And I would say he's a little underfarmed for his normal kind of tiny game, right? Trying to get into that blink.
Yeah. Well, a lot of attention was placed on him very early on by EG. It felt like that was the hero that they wanted to target and try and shut down early on so he couldn't get that ball rolling. I mean, it is something that's worth saying. If a Tiny gets ahead of the Lesh and just starts finding kill after kill after kill, the game feels very tough for EG.
Yeah, Puppy up here. He's got the whole family together. Not going to break it up. You know, keeping the household as one. So the Centaurs will work as a unit to push this top lane. And kind of facilitating that dead lane role for his team. Probably going to get an Invis rune here. Maybe a chance to set something up. Not a lot of sentries placed down this early in the match.
Yeah, so far, so good. EG looking on top of it. And the biggest thing for me is that as this game goes later, I really feel like the supports of EG do more in the late game. You know, you compare that Wind Ranger and the Elder Titan to I mean, a Chen really is the big one for me.
Yeah, of course, the Earthshaker, like, that's single-handedly, I can still win team fights for my team, but you can say the same thing about ET. And the Wind Ranger, she kind of almost moves from support. She doesn't really play. She plays more like a core in the mid and the late game than she does as support.
Well,
to me, the real question is just going to be that Radiance on Nisha, right?
Okay.
When that comes out, you have to then assess what EG have and if they can deal with it. Can they actually take fights when they're going to be versus that? Because that sounds pretty terrifying to me.
TZ walking for a little while there with his Midas. Killed all the creeps. There wasn't anything left over afterwards. But it's already...
Manta's unhappy. I think I just heard him, actually. Counting the seconds.
It's actually Maelstrom completed already at 13 minutes now for the Wind Ranger as well.
Doesn't even have boots. I mean, he's waddling around here on the Wind Ranger.
Dude, who needs boots?
I like the Javelin. I wasn't sure if he'd go for it as well. But as you pointed out, just... not a lot of interactions with enemy heroes, so he's just taking his time. No rush indeed.
Literally just hanging out, farming. And Secret giving him that opportunity as well. S4 now, getting closer towards that blink. We'll see if he decides to pick one up early. Immediate TP away. There won't be a chance for a kill down bottom, but maybe some pressure for the tier 2. Sometimes we've seen this tier 2 tower get taken very early on.
Yeah, and with little defense too. So they have the full retaliate. I think Fly's just going to maybe back him up a little bit here. And they'll see if they can get a defense out of Secret in some rotations.
Yeah, either that or maybe make a smoke play of their own into EG's jungle.
Crit's playing the Vanguard right now, right? He's sitting at the top of the stairs. Casting up some spells, trying to protect that tier 1 tower, but also putting himself in between Secret and Arteezy.
Looks like instead it's going to be EG that want to come and defend the tier 1 tower mid lane. After farming out the Secret jungle, Anisha keeping his farm up as well. Only about 800 gold away from that relic, getting closer to the Radiance.
Yeah, Sumail's TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't stay bottom and try and get a trade.
Toss back. Bar under tower. They have everything for him. Control coming out, and he gets the Stampede off. Able to run away. Finds the hoof stomp afterwards. Trying to take down 2. X4 lands. The Echo Slam doesn't do anything. And Arteezy jumps in. Finds the catch for the kill. Oh, man. Secret made a boo-boo as mid one also going to get ran down here. Can they find the stun and the kill? They will.
Crit Dota. That shackle is what saved that team fight for sure, right? That very clutch moment right where they got there, and the stop as well. But in combination, the two supports trying to help protect S4 there and make sure Secret wouldn't have a chance to get that full damage out there. So a dangerous looking push because, of course, they're playing fully without Nisha versus Sumail, who's getting in there along with Arteezy with all this damage.
Yeah, and it comes so quick. That's the thing. All of this team fight control coming from the EG supports as we can see the replay coming out of here as well. And it looks like he should just be going down, but those other heroes, they don't have that much damage.
Jeez, first they control one half of Secret with the shackle, then the other half with the stomp, and Zai just got to do nothing the whole time.
Yeah. Follow-up coming in afterwards. The Edict, Fly, letting his team know how he feels about it. So 15.5 minutes in and a smoke-up coming from Evil Geniuses. This lineup can just keep going.
Yeah, they won't have the Stampede, though, which is a little worrisome, but they also know the Hand of God won't be there.
Yeah, God's Strength
they
also
do get
not available.
Star Scan, okay.
Earth Splitter. And they're still just trying to hold on to this tower for all they can. fly.
Jeez, that's a mech on Puppy, though. He has brought back the hand of God.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, and they're just going to back out.
How many coursers we had? Just 3. So they've adopted another one.
They could go on Denisha here. Avalanche, mid one, trying to find it. They don't go for the split earth as of yet. They find it afterwards. Mid one, very low. The stomp coming from S4 finds it onto them. The sleep afterwards. Nisha's in trouble. He's going down, and the Fisher's actually blocking them off from getting in closer. This is Nisha possibly going down. Hand of God, Mechanism, everything to save my Wraith King, but it is not enough. And now Secret getting ran at continuously by evil geniuses trying to take down Zai, and they are possibly going to get it for him. Yes, Fly gets away.
That courser.
Oh, no. It doesn't. They managed to find him at the very end. Zai gets one more hit.
The golems.
Oh, they did it to him.
Yeah. Back from the dead. Able to bring him down, but evil geniuses with a huge fight for themselves. And of course, they don't get any XP on the side of Secret because it was the Centaur, the Mud Golem that got the final kill.
Well, that is a big win. EG now up 10-3 over Secret. The 2,000 gold lead.
Again, though, question is the Radiance, right?
Yeah.
It is still going to be coming out here soon from Nisha. It is that big power point for him. But at this point, I mean, when we were last discussing that, we had Mid 1 and Zai kind of jostling for positions with Sumail and S4. Now they've kind of firmly cemented themselves ahead of them. Maybe S4 and Mid 1 are still a little bit close, but Sumail dishing out so much damage in this early game. 4-0-6. Very impressive net worth so far from a guy that has not been hitting the creeps quite as hard as the Wraith King and the Sven.
And he's going for this build, too, to stay alive in the fights. That's all he really needs to do on this Leshrac. Has the Yule Scepter there for a defensive save if things get a little bit too crazy, and also, of course, to help out his team against that Earthshaker.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure that he does stay alive, though, if he goes in for this Bloodstone build. S4 going to run into Puppy, starts the initiation, maybe taking a look here, see if there's any friends.
Oh, the root. It's keeping Arteezy under fire, but he has his Blink Dagger. Going to come off cooldown in just a second. Should have it on him. Hasn't been delivered, actually, as of yet. And they actually recall in Zai. So Arteezy in some trouble now. He does not have friends with them, and Zai just continuing to run him down with Mid 1 in the area. Can they get an S4 again with the stomp, and Arteezy goes down. And now the Stampede to try and run away. They bring down the EG carry.
Yeah, that was just level 1 in the impetus, too. He's only level 11 when he got the final touch there, so nicely played from Zai. Good positioning there. Try to get the saves again from the supports, but not enough. This time, they got to be careful. You don't have that much damage, so it's just some disengaging spells here.
Yeah. Not wanting to fully commit onto that one, but a very nice pickup for Secret, and does give Nisha a little bit more breathing room to farm up and finish off that Radiance. Just very close to getting a cleat. As for realizing Mid 1 is in the area, he's going to get himself out of dodge.
So now we're going to have that Radiance on the way, and they didn't really have to expend anything on the side of Secret, right? They're also really close to that Blink Dagger on Yap, so now with the Tower Gold even closer. So, if you are Team Secret, potentially securing one more tower for yourself, and then I think you're starting to consider that Roche Pit just a little bit right now, right? With the Radiance, I think you're willing to take a fight there. Does depend on the timings and the cooldowns, of course, of the Elder Titan as well as that God Strength, but probably something both teams are going to be attempting to snag for themselves.
Yeah, always a consideration in these games, and you can see Dota Plus right now heavily favoring EG with all of these cores, and most notably, really, it's Crit on this Wind Ranger that's really taken off.
Yeah, as you said, with these cores, yeah.
I mean,
he's up there with the upper stack, not down there with the Shakers and the Chens.
Yeah.
A very defensive smoke here from EG, basically just taking back control of their own area.
And this is feeling like it's taking a little bit too long. Yapstar has enough for his Blink Dagger, but they're actually not quite going to go for it. He needs to get over to the side shop to get it. I thought that was going to be a fight, but
Courier's
EG
going
decided
instead.
to back out.
It is a fat Courier, too. They bring it back. They're like, dude, that's way too risky. Get that thing out of there. You go.
Yeah, he's going to go and get that one. But that does scout it out the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. He walked right by a ward. So EG are going to be aware of this.
Sumail.
Top side. They find one. Mid 1 in some trouble. And S4 shows up. And they kill off the Tiny. Another time, Mid 1 going down in this game.
Yep, same time, at least Zai is able to take that mid-tier 1 tower. So again, control of Roche a little bit more equalized here, as EG won't have that tier 1 tower to move to.
Midas back out again.
Yapsor is lurking now. Doesn't want to show anywhere. Wants to make this first big play with the Blink Dagger, so they're going to send Nisha out first. They have that Observer Ward, though, in the lane next to Nisha from EG. So they've already spotted the Earthshaker and the Edge kind of jostling through those trees.
And at the 20-minute mark now, with the mechanism done, they're just going to try and, it seems like, kind of wait to farm up their next set of items. But this is one of the pivotal points that we always talk about with anybody that builds a Bloodstone, really. What do they get out of the next fight?
Don't die.
Pretty much. That's what it feels like for Sumail at this point as he finishes his off. You have to make sure that you stay alive in that next round of engagements.
It also helps determine his next item too, right? Whether it's going to be the BKB, whether it's going to be the Boots of Travel. These next few engagements are just super crucial. Now Yapzor hits that level 10, so he's going to make up for his build with the Tranquils, get himself that mana.
Now movement into the jungle. Yapzor gets the blink away up to the high ground. Power shot lands the stun. And they find Yapzor getting greedy up on top of the cliff.
He really did.
EG is like, we know that spot very well. You can't hide there from us. And they will find that pickoff.
Maybe it was a taunt, you know?
Possibly. Mid one in the bottom lane, they find him as well. And Grit chasing him down, has the shackle shot afterwards.
Really? He's now 0, 6, and 2 on Tiny.
Oh, I was talking about Crit.
Well, I know Crit's doing everything. Is he a mid player? Because he's ahead of the Tiny. Okay, he's not quite. But he is kill-wise, that's for sure. 4, 0, and 7 on Crit right now. A mid-Tiny, an aggressive hero. Someone you expect to be going across the map and picking up kills for his team to create some space. No, he's creating space in the ground. His grave.
And to be fair, it feels like it's a lot based upon how much pressure they put on him. Like, this was the game plan from EG going into it. They're like, we're going to mess this guy up.
He will still be creating concerns, I think, for Sumail if he does go for the Boots of Travel build before the BKB, right? If this guy's off on some side lanes by himself, Tiny's a very scary guy. He can blink, he can just toss you back to someone who's got a little bit more gold, like that Wraith King, right? Get the follow-up stun, then you get some help from Yapzor too. There's not a lot of safe places on the map in terms of split pushing, but Aleshrak, beyond just the Boots of Travel function, the TP is always going to appreciate all that move speed in the engagements. Move speed from the smoke now for Secret.
Oh, they jump forward. They find him, trying to get a turnaround here. Fly, able to get it. The splitter down. They have the shackle onto 1. There's not a lot of damage coming out from Zai, but now he turns to try and find the fight for the hook stomp onto 3. S4 makes it happen again. They haven't been able to play Dota, but Yapzor coming in with the Echo Slam. It's not doing enough damage, though. Maybe the follow-up coming from Nisha with the Blade Mail is, though, as Sumail tries to run away. Yule Scepter, leave him alive. Is it going to be enough? He's still walking away. Crit controlling. Nobody has died except for that Earthshaker, but S4 again finds the big stomp, the power shot afterwards. They need to run away. Zai's doing too much damage, the avalanche toss, and the kill comes through.
They're able to get Artesia. Fly actually goes back in after wanding.
Dude, those Corsairs, all of that magic resistance, it's insane.
Yeah, they need it. The way they're like kind of stacking and delaying the fight, getting more and more spells off. And yeah, as you can see from that recap there, what, 3,000 more damage, and you're the ones who took down a core versus a support.
Yeah.
From the side of Secret, so you need a heck of a lot to get through all that resistance.
See, S4 there, hitting a couple of big stomps, but it was not enough in the end. I mean, does it get to the point where you need to, like, focus those creeps down? I don't know. Not sure what the heck you do.
It's difficult to do, though.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're sitting with it, right? Maybe you come to a fight with your Midas is fresh or something and just opt for it, but they've only got 1 on the Sven, and I highly doubt Arteezy's going to be down for that play.
Maybe even going in and trying to, like, clear them through with the Sven himself if he's able to find him and spot him. But it's not easy. Not easy at all. 25-minute mark. Secret going to pick up 3 of those bounty runes. Sumail gets the other one.
Crit's actually a higher level in mid. That is nuts.
Now, and has the mechanism, so EG has some form of sustain for themselves now as well.
And then the one reason that fight also went really poorly for EG was because when it started, Fly Spirit was on cooldown. So that's why he had to throw a defensive Earth Splitter. He did not want to do that. Yeah, right here, when Arteezy gets jumped, the Spirit's not ready. So Fly's sitting there like, usually, right, I'm going to throw that Spirit, I'm going to stomp. He has the Earth Split instead. So already the fight gets messy. If they had a stomp on that 3-man ramp, that could have looked a lot better for EG. But S4 instead has to come through with that big hoof stomp there. And Secret, it's slow for them, right? Because they're eventually getting this damage out. But there's not enough from EG to secure the kills.
And maybe something similar going to happen here. Nisha's not with the team, sitting up on the top lane, but obviously can get in quickly if there is a fight brewing. S4 looking for an opening as the smoke is going to dissipate.
Yeah, the Ogre Frostmage is the only person playing the lane. He does eventually leave it, but other than that, it's just creeps and skeletons.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these creeps, they're super OP. You know, you got the stomp coming through. Arteezy following it up, already initiating. Can they get enough damage out, though? It's looking like it's going to be there. Zai also getting turned upon. They buy back on the Tiny, though. Can they get any more kills? Secret trying to find something afterwards. The fissure, timing from Yapster as the BKB wears off. Avalanche controlling up this Sven. He's able to get a good shackle, but it's not enough, as they will kill off the carry another time.
Yeah, just hopping onto the Tiny just feels like the worst possible option. He is the last hero you want to initiate on, I think, in these fights, because he's not that worth right now, right? He's got Blink Echo. I'd rather maybe try and get Zai before he can get anything, try and eliminate the Chen or the Earthshaker from the fight. And even the Raid Kick would be something to perhaps try and get down that first light without spending too much, but they actually spent a heck of a lot there just getting that first kill, and then of course he just buys back, puts him in good position for Roche.
And now you're in a position where you have to give up Roche as Evil Geniuses. They're going to try and slow it down with the Elder Titan Spirit. They have the stomps to land on top of it.
Oh, but his Spirit's going back.
They have an idea where he's at. Time to run away. And Yulsep built up Sumail. Actually going to find Yapzor, maybe going to bring him down. Hand of God has have to be used. The power shot comes through to finish him off, and now mid one able to control onto Fly. I mean, Roche isn't going down quite that slowly. Can they really get there in time to contest without a buyback from Arteezy? It's getting super low. Fly trying to make it happen, but it's not going to be enough. I mean,
they're waiting.
They
give him a moment.
And now looking for the follow-up. Another stomp, another catch the shackle! Able to interrupt at mid one, though. Being that stalwart force in the middle of all of them to make sure they can't initiate onto the rest of his team does mean that mid one is likely going to die again, but he's able to keep the rest of them alive. Sumail still living through this one. Arteezy back in the midst of it. Turns on to Zai, wants to kill him off instead. Turns on to Nisha, barely able to keep Sumail alive. There's no mana on Zai! He gets one last hit of the shot out. That's enough for the kill, and now Arteezy trying to stand tall against absolutely everybody. Needs to run away. The Earth Splitter comes through, still dodging. Crit even trying to slow them down with the Rin Run slow, but he will too eventually fall. And EG managed to get a couple of buybacks out, but still it's the Aegis for Secret.
Yeah, at the very least, you were able to, as you said, secure Arteezy's escape, but losing Sumail gonna hurt them heavily there. He tried to ignore the Raid King, but I don't think you can, right? He tries to go past him, try and focus on Zai.